Good evening. The San Dimas City Council Successor Agency meeting will come to order. Just a moment of, we've had a couple of issues with the sound and technology, so we're going to get started about 2 minutes late here, so here we go. Pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order dated March 17, 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and to make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address this legislative body. All Brown Act provisions that require the physical presence of the City Council members or the public for the City Council meetings are waived. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would just like to point out that City Councilman John Ebner, who's not here, but he's with us via Zoom. Henry No, our planning director, is not with us, but he's here with us under Zoom. Marco Espinoza is also, and Fabiola Wong. Fabiola Wong is also with us via the Zoom. All right? Madam City Clerk, could you read the roll because we're not all in attendance here, physically in attendance?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Here.
Councilmember Ebner.
Here.
Councilmember Viana.
Present.
Councilmember Weber.
Here.
Mayor Badar.
Here.
The record will show that all council members are in attendance.
Oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item not on the agenda. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to a staff or set up for discussion at a later date. If you desire to address the City Council on an item that is on this agenda, other than the scheduled public hearings, you may do so at this time or ask to be heard when the agenda item is considered. Comments on public hearings items will be considered when the item is scheduled for discussion. The public comment period is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Anyone wishing to call and speak to the council, feel free to give a call.
One caller.
Okay, I'm being told we have one caller.
You're on. 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you for calling.
Is he muted, or are we muting him?
No, we're not. I apologize, caller. If you can call back for us, that would be much appreciated. Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I want to apologize to the general public. It appears that we're having some type of issue with the muting of the inbound callers. Our tech people are trying to figure that out, so we'll give them a couple of minutes to see if they do it. So there's been 2 callers. Would you please, after we get this thing worked out, please give us a call back, and we'll give additional time there.
Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Brad?
Mayor, would you mind taking a recess while we figure out these technical difficulties? I don't want to make anybody wait.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Hopefully that's enough, and we'll come back to within about 5 minutes. Thank you. Permits.
I thought I heard a little echo when they were testing it. That's the only. I don't know if that was in the council chambers.
Yeah, well, you sound okay at this point.
Okay.
All right, we'd like to apologize to the general public and to the people that are here. We believe that we've corrected our technical problem, so we'll go back and start where we left off, and that was oral communications. Anyone who wishes to call into the council, please call in, and you'll be asked by our technical people, and we'll see how things go.
John, could we answer him? Like I know Mr. Kranzer, I think, was first. Could we get him and then Gil and then Phil?
Is that possible?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have any calls?
Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, and residents of San Dimas. This is Kurt Kranzer. And as some of you remember, San Dimas lost a hometown hero, Elias Santos, to the COVID virus. He was a nurse working at a county facility at the Fairplex, and he tested positive in late May. He died a few weeks later. He was a single dad that made San Dimas his hometown. In fact, he called San Dimas his secret gem, and that's where he raised his 3 kids. His 3 children are left without their hero, and a GoFundMe account was created to ease their financial burden. So far, $8,500 has been raised. And I am encouraging residents to continue to give to support the awesome Santos kids. So please go to the FundMe page and type in support Andrea, Lizzie, and Ernest. And any donation, any amount will make a huge difference. And I know San Dimas has a big heart, so the Santos family really needs your support. And have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kranzer.
Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to call and say how great it is to be living in here. Great, it's anybody's opinion, but the staff you have, Liz that answers the phone, Leslie and Kimberly, everybody in Public Works, Parks and Rec, they're always good. They say their name. It's good. It's good for all of us, and I think we're creating a good future for all of us. The thing that I'm calling about is Mr. McKinnon, Brad. I don't know how to say this, but I think you should give him a signing bonus for what he's been doing since we lost our city manager. He has been awesome. We've had fun. We've had laughs. Mike has been good in finance. So that's enough of the praise. It's awesome. It's awesome. And thank you, City Council. The thing I want to ask on the other business, will we be able to talk?
Yes, sir, you will.
Okay. And then as far as something that's not going to be other business or public hearing, there's somebody selling T-shirts and baseball hats at the corner of San Dimas Canyon and Bonita. And they're right on the porch or thereabouts, even on the grass. And I'm kind of surprised that you guys allow that, and I'd like you to look into it if you could. And I'll wait for the next other business. Thank you very much. And, you know, the holidays bring us all together in many ways. We'd love to be with our families. I know this year we can't, but I want to let you know that I'm with you, okay? And I appreciate all the good work you guys do.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. This is Isabel Ebener. First, I want to wish you an early Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, as we won't be seeing you again until the new year. As we all know, 2020 has been a challenging year for all of us, and as a way to focus on something positive and to spread holiday cheer, I am doing a series of episodes on my podcast, Isabel and San Dimas, and I'm going to be featuring some local nonprofit organizations that are doing good work in the community these upcoming weeks. So the first episode in the series came out yesterday, and it features a nonprofit organization called Wish Upon a Star, and this was started by a San Dimas resident after his father died of terminal cancer. Wish Upon a Star delivers Christmas gifts, and most importantly, they bring a lot of joy to children with cancer at the City of Hope on Christmas Day. So if you'd like to learn more, you can visit isabelandsandimas.com/wishuponatoy. And you can also make a donation to this nonprofit organization at wishuponatoy.com. If you haven't already, please sign up for my email list at isabelandsandimas.com. You can subscribe to my podcast or follow me on Facebook to learn about the other nonprofits that will be coming out in the coming weeks and just general happenings in San Dimas. Also, I just wanted to mention, I wasn't planning on saying this, but I've participated in several other commission meetings through the city, Parks and Rec, Traffic Safety, Planning Commission. All these meetings have been via Zoom and WebEx, and they've gone really well. The technology has been seamless. There have been very few technical problems that I can recall. And I just wanted to mention that in case the council wanted to look at what has worked for other commission meetings, in case that's something you want to consider in the future. Thank you, and see you all in the new year. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Ebner.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Amanda calling. I wanted to wish everybody in the city of San Dimas a happy holidays, whether it's a happy Hanukkah or a Merry Christmas or what have you. I also wanted to thank everybody that was involved and is continuing to be involved in the virtual Christmas celebration and the 12 Days of Christmas that the city of San Dimas is putting on. Despite not being able to celebrate with each other, which I think all of us can admit, we all look forward to that every year. Many of us are very bummed out that we don't have that here, but the city and many different staff members, the council, and others within the city itself have worked really hard to create this amazing virtual event to celebrate together despite not being able to be in person. I'm also calling in regards to COVID-19. Yeah, I know, it's a bummer. And the most recent shutdown. While none of us wish to see our businesses shut down, myself included, I have many friends that actually own businesses and run their businesses here in San Dimas, and they are beyond frustrated at this point, and I get it. Again, I do hope that as a community we can come together to help support these businesses, whether they are closed or not, in the way of wearing our masks so that we can slow the spread and prevent this from keeping them closed longer than what they should be closed. They're already closed too long as it is. I would love for us to come together and just stop this bickering and fighting with each other. Just wear a mask when we're in public, and refrain from socializing maskless outside of our smaller pods, and to help our businesses by ordering takeout from restaurants and tipping them, please, if you can, tip them. They definitely appreciate it. It helps them. And try to order directly if possible. The third-party orders actually cost them money. So if you can support them in this way, buy gift cards from your hairdressers, but when you can go back in, all of this stuff. So again, if we can just come together and help each other, hopefully we can get over this. We can keep San Dimas strong. We can keep our businesses strong, and we can support them, and we can support our local economy. I know I'm hearing a lot of my friends are testing positive. It's just unfortunate time right now. So happy holidays. I hope everybody stays safe, and thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And if I don't see anyone before the holidays, happy holidays to everyone. I still had a question regarding the Parks and Rec Commission. When they discussed it last time, I understood that there were applicants that were being considered, and they were set in on time, and there should have been some type of process in place. I guess there's been an issue with either a quorum or for the commissions to get together. And I'm not sure, but if you could clarify for all of us if our commissions are meeting virtually. I did contact Glendora and Laverne to find out if their commissions were meeting, and they are. They're a virtual meeting for the safety of everyone. We seem to be one of the local areas that are still meeting in person. I'm sorry, which is something we may have to look at. Our numbers are going up considerably, and for the safety of everyone, we might have to look at going to virtual meetings like our surrounding cities. But as a former commissioner for the city, I still am not clear how the process took place. If you had 3 applicants, did you not read their applications and consider them for the process? I know that there was something brought up about quorum, but if you already had 3 out of the 4 that were appropriate candidates, couldn't we have considered those and then looked for one other, and then you would have had a quorum for everything? So if you could clarify that, that would be great. I know that it's important for people to be participating, and there are things that need to get done, and if they're not getting done because they're not meeting in physical, then we need to look at virtual meetings and get those taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. I've long advocated for strong consumer protections, whether in food labeling or data privacy. There was a proposition placed on the ballot to address such an issue. I'm excited to announce that this proposition has passed by a margin of 56.2% to 43.8%. Proposition 24, also known as the California Privacy Rights Act of 2020, is the version 2.0 for the California Consumer Privacy Act of 2018. This will expand much-needed protections like safeguarding our personal information from prying third-party companies by asking how your information is being used, where it's going, and requesting your information be scrubbed off the servers of big companies' databases. In addition, this also triples fines for collecting and selling children's private information, would require opt-in consent to sell from consumers under the age of 16, and establish an enforcement arm known as the California Privacy Protection Agency. There's a lot to go through and unpackage. Perhaps parts of the proposition take effect immediately. Most won't become enforceable until July 1st, 2023, and apply to personal information collected after January 1st, 2022. I call on the City Council to direct staff to create a virtual town hall to discuss and educate our residents of this law. The founder of Californians for Consumer Privacy and proponent of Prop 24, Alistair McTaggart, has conducted a town hall with Senator Bill Dodd tonight, and my hope is we do the same, possibly with Senator Portantino being a panelist. For more information, you can look at California Proposition 24's Ballotpedia, or you can go straight to the website, caprivacy.org/. And I thank you for the time. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Casas. We have one more caller? No more callers? Okay, because we had that delay, I'm going to give it another minute or two. Nothing? Nothing. All right, well, let's move forward with the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests a separate discussion. Resolutions read by title, further readings waived, passage and adoption recommended as follows.
Move approval. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I think we need a voice. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Yeah, aye.
That passes by 5-0 vote.
5-0 vote. Other business, review procedures and appointments to the city boards, commissions, and committees, and rules governing those bodies. It is recommended that the City Council discuss the current boards, commissions, and committees, appointment process, rules governing the body, and provide direction to the staff regarding any changes the council wishes to make. Review of public, we'll come back to that. All right, staff report.
Council, staff, members of the public. The city has established a volunteer program in its boards, commissions, and committees. These advisory groups were established 35 to 52 years ago. There have been many revisions, mergers, and name changes over the years. A commissioner's handbook was created in 1998 and has had 2 revisions since. The last revision was done in 2014 that provided a clearer outline of the commissions and committees' purposes, included information on ethics training, the Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, and meeting schedules. This update was provided to all commissioners and staff liaisons at that time. At the November 24th, 2020 City Council meeting, item 6D1, setting a date for interviews for the Public Safety and Parks and Recreation Commission vacancies, began a discussion of the current status of the city's boards, commissions, and committees. During this discussion, Councilmember Vienna requested that no action be taken at that time and made a motion to place an item to discuss the overall administrative processes for the boards, commissions, and committees on the December 8th, 2020 agenda. The motion was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bertone. Direction was given to staff to present a report as background for discussion. The current process for appointment to the city's boards, commissions, and committees is, as vacancies occur either by term expiration or resignation, the city clerk's office posts the notice of vacancy. The notice time is generally run for 30 days. After the close of the notice, the mayor and council member liaison are contacted for potential interview dates and times. When a date has been selected, all applicants are contacted and interviews are set up. At the completion of the interviews, The mayor will inform the city clerk of the selection, and it is placed on the next agenda for council consideration to appoint. The main requirement for being a commissioner is to be a resident of the city of San Dimas. The Senior and Parks and Recreation Commissions each have an age requirement. After a selection is made, the City Council notifies the applicant and the City Commission liaison of the appointment. One of staff's concerns with the administrative process of recruitment is the boards, commissions, and committees is at times one of staff's concerns with the administrative process of recruitment is at times the lack of response to the advertisement or vacancies. The tools that are available to staff for noticing the vacancies include the city's website, the daily bulletin when space allows, K-West, and now through social media outlets. When there are numerous vacancies on more than one commission or committee, there's a street banner used to advertise as well. There have been occasions when the notice of vacancy has had to be extended. This results in the appointment of applicants who routinely continue to show interest in serving their community for the same board, commission, or committee. Another area of difficulty in administrating the board's commission and committee is the coordination of interview dates and times. These hurdles often delay the appointments for some time, and on many occasions, new vacancies will occur during an existing recruitment process. In addition, a board's commission and committee can be affected by not having a quorum. Over the years, there's been discussion about reducing the number of members who serve on some of the board's commissions and committees. The number of commissioners on a board, commission, or committee range from 5 to 12. Another idea that was presented a number of years ago was consolidating the Equestrian Commission with the Parks and Recreation Commission. This idea was discussed because the Equestrian Commission is one of the commissions that over the years has struggled with appointments. With so few residents having knowledge of horses, it could be challenging to recruit new commissioners in the future. If council approves adjusting the number of commission positions on the board's commission and committees, staff would create a timetable to show when and how long it would take for the commissions to reach the approved number of commissioner positions. It is recommended that the City Council discuss the board's commissions and committee process and provide direction to staff regarding any changes the council wishes to make. This concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question for Deborah. Deborah, you have re-advertised the Parks and Recreation Commission vacancies, and have you gotten any more applicants since that was republicized?
I've received 2.
Okay, so at this point we've got
2 total?
5 applicants for 4 positions.
2 total or 5 total?
New applications, we got 2, so that makes it a total of 5.
All right, thanks, Deborah.
You're welcome.
Further?
I was just saying, on the senior commission, I don't believe there's any problems. We seem to have enough interest in it, and they've been extremely active, and they've even raised money to purchase certain supplies for the senior center, so I see no problem there.
And you have 9 members?
9 members.
Okay. All right, I just want to clarify one thing of where we got to this. It was brought up that there was a concern about we were having difficulty with, 1, getting applications, 2, getting people that would participate and have a forum. Okay, prior to the last council meeting, we had on the schedule where we were going to reschedule. We were actually going to look at coming up with dates for interviews. Okay, and that was Parks and Rec, and I believe there was
Public safety and Parks and Recreation.
Right, okay. Just prior to the council meeting, after this, the agenda had already been published, okay? Either the night before or 2 nights before, there was a Parks and Rec meeting of which they had one person had retired out, okay? But then that evening, later in that evening, prior to the council meeting, we had 2 more Parks and Rec people decide that they were not going to stay on the commission and tendered their resignation immediately. Subsequently, during the council meeting, there was some discussion about that, and the majority of the council said that they would like to visit this, to come back and talk about it prior to appointing or interviewing anybody for any of the positions, because instead of 1 position, we rapidly moved to having 4 positions available. So there was that discussion amongst it, and the majority of the council said we'd like to visit it. And that's what we're doing tonight. We still have, there are some concerns, and I'll just open it up for any further discussion.
All right.
Can I make a comment? Or
yeah, John, go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's hard to hear who's going, so I don't mind letting somebody else go. But okay,
you got it. You have the.
All right. On the Parks and Recreation Commission, similar to the Senior Commission, we do not have a problem attracting applicants. And granted, there were 2 members who left after the last meeting. There's 4 vacancies. We've got 5 applicants, and the application period runs through the end of December. So I don't think there's any problem in having the commission filled. And, you know, when we get to it, I had said before, actually, that, yeah, we should re-advertise and then have interviews the first week of January and then appoint somebody at our first meeting. Now that the meeting's been moved to February, we could, you know, we have even extra time. So the 7 members on the Parks and Recreation Commission is a good number. 1 is a youth member, as you know. And if anything, that commission could probably use a couple extra members. And I wouldn't mind bringing it up to 9. I'm comfortable with 7 too. But yeah, that particular commission is active. Everybody's enthusiastic. It's you know, one of the happiest commissions because they deal with all the good stuff in you know, providing services and programs and everything like that. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents on the commissions. The only other thing is I do like the Equestrian Commission as being a separate commission. I think are we down to 3 members on that? Is that what, I can't remember the number, but I would like to retain that commission if at all possible.
All right. Thank you, John. Eric, do you have 3 members or 5 members?
When I show up to the first meeting, I'll let you know.
Okay. All right. Maybe you could check in with Deborah and figure that out. All right. I'll just speak on behalf of the Public Safety Commission because I've been on it for quite some time, and that's the largest commission we have. We have 12 members, 10 of which are appointed by the City Council, and 2 that are auxiliary members from the San Dimas Sheriff's Station Civilian Advisory, and they're appointed by them. They have no term limits. Currently, that's Alan Nash and Cheryl Avalar and Carol Curtis, right? Yeah, because Alan's not on it. So Carol Curtis and whatever. So those 2 are there. I will tell you that Kurt Morris and I talked about this many times because having a 12-member commission was kind of difficult to get a quorum. So many times we had discussed it. In fact, I know that at one point there was some loose talk, and it was very loose talk about, you know, not even having the Public Safety Commission because we couldn't, you know, month after month we're having problems getting a quorum. But then things got better. We went into some other adventurous things like CERT and things like that started coming out of it. But 12 members on a commission is pretty hefty. Now, I know that there's a lot of feeling and sentiment about it. Our commissions do fabulous jobs here. The commissions are advisory to the city council, okay? Subsequently, we get to hear what the community is saying, and they're advising us, and that's the way it goes. We're not obligated to listen to that. We're foolish if we don't, because we're asking these people to give their time, and I mean, why would I want to be out there giving my time if nobody's listening? So we have to listen to these people. But there are a lot of different opinions right now going on here, and I know that there are others. I know that Ryan wanted to say something because he was starting to say something when John started to talk, and I apologize for that.
I'm good. Equestrian Commission, just for background, is a very interesting commission. I'm glad when I got on the council there was discussion about merging it with Parks and Recreation. I'm happy that we did not, and I appreciate council keeping them separate. It's been an interesting commission because it has taken up some issues that otherwise, would maybe not have come forward. And so watching a commission start to engage in things that they're passionate about, I think is terrific. And I think, like the mayor brought up CERT that came out of Public Safety Commission, I think there's a lot of people that are on our commissions that do awesome work, and Senior Citizen Commission is testament to that, and has, since I've been on council, repeatedly done some awesome things. And frankly, I wish I was going on that Vegas run or whatever that trip is that I couldn't go on. I don't meet the age requirement yet, but one day. But that being said, I appreciate staff's report as it relates to this. And for council, I've asked that everybody kind of open their eyes or open their ears a little bit and maybe take a step back, not necessarily on what it is that we have today, but some issues from a policy perspective that maybe we can discuss, framed around some of the things that the staff report highlighted, participation issues in some of the commissions, quorum establishment, and to be honest, I've heard from some commissioners who struggle to know how to be able to achieve something, how to do something on a commission. They don't necessarily feel that they're empowered with the information to know what a motion is. I mean, those are things that I think we could do a better job in educating our commissioners and committee members in parliamentary rules so that they can be more effective in doing what they're supposed to do and advising us. So when Blaine was here not too long, I vividly remember a conversation. We were driving to the Gold Line Construction Authority groundbreaking, and it was Mayor and I, and as we were driving, well, actually, council member then, Badar, but we were driving to this event, and some of that sentiment was really fresh to me because I had just come off the Public Safety Commission before I was elected, and hearing people talk about it. So I talked to Blaine about seeking to be able to, one, provide an event or a training day for our commissioners, all of them, in one shot, which today may be a little bit more challenging and perhaps could be done virtually. But the idea would be to, number one, provide them with training provided either through the city attorney or otherwise that would give them that kind of layup, if you will, in terms of parliamentary rules and how to be effective in a commission. And two is, many cities require all of their commissioners to have AB 1234 training in ethics. And so I looked at the commissioner handbook that was included, and thank you, Deborah, for putting that in the packet, and Brad. I heard from folks, who looked at it and were really interested in seeing what it is and what it means to be a commissioner, to be someone who's supposed to be a leader and respected in the community, and someone who's willing to listen to others and really hear things on their merit, and be a steward of the city. It really is an honor to be a commissioner. I know I was honored when I was selected. So my goal for the purposes of this discussion is really about 4 points that I think we need to talk about. One would be establishing or amending the existing policy as it relates to AB 1234 in the Commissioner's Handbook to expand AB 1234 training to all of the commissions. That would be the ethics training. And also to spearhead an event annually or semi-annually, depending on how frequently we appoint to our commissions, to be able to empower the commissioners with a day one of good neighborhood spirit. And I get asked, some people don't know who are on these other commissions. And so sometimes I hear, well, I don't know anybody on public safety. Parks and Rec and Equestrian are interesting because some of them do know each other. Some of them were either on Parks and Rec and went to Equestrian or vice versa. But I think our commissioners, one, should know each other. A lot of them are respected individuals in the community. And they're obviously serving. And two is, we should give them those foundational tools so that they understand how to be effective in a commission. So that's one point. The next point is the structure of the commissions. As you heard, there's a variety of structures on the commissions at this point. We have, 9 and then 7 on another. And Equestrian, I think we're at 5 or 6 or something like that. 5, okay. And so I was thinking about this because somebody pointed out to me that they said, are all these commissions just whoever the chairperson appoints? And I kind of laughed, and they said, well, it really lends itself to a lack of diversity in thought. And, I really wish, like you could appoint to this commission, which would not be one that I was a chair to. And so it got me thinking, and then I made some phone calls to staff. And I would offer up for thought and discussion consideration of restructuring the commissions to 5 members, all of them, and each one to have one selection that is appointed by each member of the city council. And in that discussion, as that may be difficult to see, it may not be so difficult if we addressed it now, because when we go to districts, as we've at least passed a resolution intending to in the future, it would seem that it would coincide with the city council transitioning to districts and then having representation from each district on each one of the commissions. And so that way we fairly and equitably staff the commissions with the appointments from the respective members of council and be able to get different thought from different areas. And I think the geographic diversity is also important because while it may not be applicable today, should we, as we've declared we're going to, transition to districts in the near future, geographic diversity will bring with it different discussion points to the respective commissions. So maybe we can start there. I got 2 more points, but I'd love to hear some thought on the 2 before I dig into the rest.
Well, I just had
How about if we hear the other 2 points?
I just had a couple of things. I think my time on the Public Safety Commission, although it was somewhat brief, I think the response that I had when I showed up to those meetings was that it was more of a one-way, not necessarily a one-way dialogue, but it was kind of a way for the city, this is the way it felt to me, a way for the city to push information out to the public, and then we use our networks to percolate that information down to the rest of the community, which is good. I had an overwhelming feeling that that the commission could be more utilized than just disseminating information. And as reading through the Commissioner Handbook, the mechanisms are in place for that. So I think in the future, I would like to see issues that get brought before us that involve parks or that involve our trails. I would like to perhaps see those get routed through the appropriate commission prior to coming to us to see what the gauge of the community, because really that's what the commissions are. It's a gauge of the community for us to use when we make our decisions. It would be nice to have that, a temperature check of the community before it comes to us. I think that would be fantastic, and it would give more purpose to the commissions as well. I was going to touch on the geographic distribution of appointees. I think that really is important in that there are distinct areas of the city that don't have the same problems, and if we just grab a few appointees from whatever areas, so, if 5 people raise their hand and they're all from the downtown corridor and something that comes up for the the foothill area, they may not have any interest in it or any particular expertise in it. So I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice if we were to not consider a geographic distribution. I think that I know I had one more thing. I'm sure it'll come up in a minute, but I think that's about what I had.
All right. John?
Well, I'd like to hear Ryan's other points.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, John.
He said he'd like to hear
I'm sorry. I'd like to hear Ryan's other points so we can hear what the ultimate destination of all this is.
The other ones aren't as big as maybe the restructuring discussion.
Okay.
If we could maybe wrap up rediscussion and training, or restructuring and training comments, and then I'll get into the other two, which are more procedural issues rather than structural issues.
I'll make a brief comment now,
Okay.
and then or Dennis, were you going to go? I'm sorry.
No, so go ahead, John.
So I'll just make a brief comment now and then maybe make more later. But so I think the onus of diversity of all types on the commissions rests with the council liaison and the mayor who do the interviews. I've been the liaison of the Parks and Recreation Commission. I cannot speak to the other ones. So I'll just talk about the Parks and Recreation Commission. I am proud over all the years that commission has had the most diversity of all kinds of any commission in the city, in all ways, whether it's geographic or their thoughts. What I always look for when I'm interviewing a commissioner is, and I ask them this point blank, are you going to talk? Are you going to speak up? Because that's the one thing we don't want to have is just people sitting on the commission. It is definitely, as Eric said, one component of a commission is that they get information from staff and they are able to disseminate it so that people in the community, there's just one more way that people in the community knows what's going on. But I want the commissioners to speak up and tell us their thoughts. And over the years, we have had people come out of, I don't want to say it sounds like left field. It doesn't sound like left field now, but when Carol Smith came back in the early 2000s and said, you know what we need is a dog park, everybody was going like, oh, well, never thought about that, or never seriously anyway. And, gradually that came into being, and it's great, of course. But I think that the mayor and the council liaison have a duty to interview the broad range of people that do apply. I mean, another person, and I hope he doesn't mind me using his name, but Jose Martinez was a fantastic commissioner. I don't think he had any experience on any, he might have volunteered for stuff before, but he had not been involved in city, city boards or anything like that before. And he ended up being one of our best commissioned for the 6 years that commissioners. And I could go on, and I don't want to name names because over the years we've had so many great commissioners. So I don't see the necessity of having it set where certain members of the council appoint one each. And not only that, I guess I'm saying more than I planned on saying right now. Why, except for the neatness of everybody having 5 members, the commissions can have different numbers of members. It doesn't really, why is 5 a magic number when the Parks and Recreation Commission benefits from having the 7, which gives you more perspective, more voices. And, in the last year or so, that commission has really been, they've really been involved and interested, and everybody wants to, everybody wants to talk. Some talk less than others, but so anyway, at this point anyway, I'm not seeing the reason for appointing one commissioner per council member. For one thing, we don't know what the districts are going to look like. They could, one concept anyway is that there would be 4 districts, obviously, and Eric and Dennis both live up in Villa Verde, as well as the mayor. So if you go with the reasoning of everybody's going to appoint a member right out of the gate, at this point anyway, all of a sudden you have 3 members from Villa Verde. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think we've got 2 or 3 on the Parks and Rec Commission right now from Villa Verde, but we have them from all corners of the city, all ages, everything. It's a great commission, and again, it goes back to the mayor and the council liaison to make sure that commission is reflective. That's part of our job, in my opinion, and that's all I'll say for now.
I don't see any real reason to have all the commissions and committees the same number of people. If you have interest in more, like the Equestrian Commission, it may be a problem simply because there's less and less equestrian people in the city all the time, and over the years, and I imagine there'll be less. But for the Senior Commission, there's no problem in getting 9 people. As far as having each councilman appoint 1 person, I'm not opposed to that. That doesn't bother me. And especially if we go into districts, that may be more interesting.
Well, I think
I do like your idea about having some kind of a study program for commissioners. I think that would give them more feeling of being involved.
Thank you.
Mayor? I can tell you that there's been a lot of conversation back and forth amongst the community about our commissions, and everybody is very pleased. Everybody that I know is pleased that when they get on it, and sometimes they're saddened when they leave. 6 years is a long time, and I can't remember sitting on this dais one time in 13 years, and even the years before that we ever rejected somebody who came up for, reappointment. And that was because the mayor and the liaison recommended them, and so as a standard part of courtesy, it was pretty, if you put your name out there, you got the vote. And quite honestly, I didn't hear too many objections of people. And I want to thank the people that have applied and continue to keep our commissions strong. I do find it interesting to start thinking about the conversation about what we're going to do with districting. Obviously we have that in the back of our mind because we've already basically committed to it, that's where we're looking at. And I guess it all depends on what Santa Monica does and somebody else does and how much money this is all going to cost us. But I do see a problem when it comes down to how these appointments are going to be made. I understand what John says, but I also understand what Ryan says. It's when I first came on the Equestrian, I was never on the Equestrian Commission. When I first came on the Law Enforcement Committee, which eventually turned to a commission, It was appointed by the council. Each council member appointed two commissioners. Okay, and then we had the two from the Station Civilian Advisory Board. Okay, and that worked for a long time. But then we started losing people's participation, and there was conversations. We couldn't get a quorum. So I do believe that for this one commission, for sure, in my opinion, is pretty hefty. And the goal is to be able to get 7 out of 12 people, there all the time is pretty difficult sometimes. And like Eric said, it's good for them to have an opportunity, a goal. So like this commission ended up being the city manager giving an update of what's going on in the city, the same thing, the sheriff's department, the fire department, giving an update. And with all due respect to the sheriff's department, we have the sheriff's lieutenant back there, but I can cite you every year. It's the same thing. The only thing that changes is a number. We might have 53 gang-related crimes versus 52 or something. So you could it's basically all the same. So I would like to see the commission be more focused on certain things, and I just don't believe 12 people is a number that works in that particular commission. I can't speak to seniors because I've never participated with them. I know they do one hell of a job. They come here once a year and they make a presentation, and you know what they're, you know that you feel their sincerity. They're there. Parks, I know a lot of people on the parks and all that kind of stuff. I'm a little concerned about, there was some changes, people wanting to move around a little bit, and some resignations, and that concerns me, and I don't know why or any of those things, but I would, those are things that John and I would need to sit down and talk about, some of those type of things. But I really don't I don't have a problem if we start looking at and taking on the discussion of what we're going to do with districting, because it's going to happen. And then overnight, we're going to start doing things. And this might be the opportunity for us to start doing it right now while it's here and focused. And I don't know if the number is 1 a person or if it's 2 a person. I have no idea, but, I'm open to an open discussion, and that's what I was hoping that we were getting out tonight. And as I said, 2 weeks ago, there was a time we were going to make that appointment. We were talking about setting a date. And we went to set the date. Then the next thing I know, I'm advised by the city manager and the city clerk that we went from 1 opening to 4 openings overnight. And that's a concern, because it's a great commission, as John said. They do a lot of good work. How did we get there? That's another story.
One of the disadvantages of appointing, each council member appointing someone, is that you're going to appoint someone that you know. And the way we have it now, like at least on the senior commission, there's people from all over the city that have never been involved in anything before with the city. And you decide who you're going to choose by their enthusiasm and their background. Whereas you're not going out and saying, well, I know so-and-so, and I'm going to put this person on it. I think it's more diversified the way we have it now. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I've heard kind of the opposite of that in light of what's transpired basically over the last year, is that there are some people in the community, looking at it from the citizens' lens, that would feel that they would never have an opportunity to get appointed to a commission because they don't know a council member, or because they perceive a council member would never select them. And so some of the feedback I've heard is, well, if there's a process, whatever that process is, and the council members engage in that process, so if there were 5 appointments or there were 10 appointments, and then we said, okay, we're going to do these interviews, And then we all had our interviews, but basically you're going to interview whoever applies, and it's your appointment opportunity. And then, let's say it's Eric's appointment opportunity or whatever. Everyone still applies. You just have the opportunity to make that selection. So I mean, so I hear you on the one end, and I do understand that. And I do think that when people come in, at least in the interviews I've participated in, they walk in, and a lot of people, like you said, do not or have not had any opportunity or engage with the city in any which way. They just were called to service and thought they'd apply, and they're coming in. But then there's some others that are, I'd really like to get on that commission, but, because it's Ryan, or because it's John, or because it's Dennis or Emmett or whoever, Eric, I don't feel I'll get a fair shake or get appointed. So, and I think geographic diversity is important too. Recently, some people were commenting on social media about some of the improvements that were done at some of the city parks recently. And it's felt, or at least the comment was made, that, council members live close by that park, so that's why that park's getting all that attention. Now, we know that not to be true, but the perception to some members of the community is that Civic Center Park is closely located to two members of the city council and a former council member. And so I do think there's some merit to that discussion, but before maybe we get too deep in that, does anyone else support the training? I know Dennis spoke favorably of it.
Yeah, I have no problem with that myself.
I would think that would give them a feeling of being more involved and
give them the tools to do something.
Yeah, and I'm not personally sure. We'd have to talk with the city attorney on this AB 123, and if that's necessary. The reality is, I think it's good. I think each year that we do it, I think we all reminds us and refreshes our memory about what we should do and how we should react and act. So I actually believe that would actually be a good thing. I know our planning commission has to attend it, and it would, if we did this training session once a year or every 6 months or whatever. I think every 6 months a lot. I think once a year, and then every other year we could do the AB 123 with our city attorney. As you know, we did that a few months ago, and it worked out fine. And I think that would be a good step, because I think it is important. One of the things that was said, and I'm not sure if John said it or Dennis or Ryan, I don't remember who said it, but the reality is our commissioners don't know each other, okay? Our parks commissioners may know some of our seniors, and our seniors may know some of the public safety. Nobody knows the equestrian people, because it's all horse type people, and very few people are there. That's why we have such a problem keeping the commission full and keeping a quorum and stuff. So I think that's a very good idea, or very good statement about we have an opportunity for everyone to meet. I think there's people on boards that you go to board meetings and there's 30 people sitting there and you know 2 of them. And I think this way it could excite and give a little more to the organization, because sometimes when I talk to Dennis, he say something to me, and I said, man, I never thought about that, and John and Eric, even our custodian here says things that you listen to, and you say, I never thought about that. So I think that's a good thing, and I would support something like that wholeheartedly.
I wanted to say that, that kind of get-together is a good idea on its face, so certainly support that. I like the idea of the training. Of course, the AB 1234 is a good idea for everybody. It's just good to know what good ethics are. And then the other part was, about, I think Ryan had mentioned, it's in the handbook a little bit, but as new members come on board, they don't necessarily know how meetings work, and maybe a little, some are more shy than others of just jumping in, and you almost need the chair to have good training by somebody on how to run a good meeting and, how to get people involved and literally call on them or whatever. So I think that's all good ideas. The part so far, I know we got 2 out of 4, but the part that I'm worried about is the appointments. I worry that will politicize the boards and commissions. I worry that people will be making appointments and talk about perception, whether you like it or not, or whether you think it or intend it or not, that the appointees will feel beholden to the person who appointed them. And it seems to me this is a way to curry favor and build support among certain people in the community. I will tell you that on the Parks and Rec Commission, and I'm just going to speak about that one, it's one I've got experience with. The park, it's not a Democrat or Republican. The trees, they're not conservative or liberal. They're out there for us all to enjoy, and the people that we have appointed, and I don't think Emmett and I have gotten a chance to do it yet together, but Kurt and I would do it before, and a long time ago it didn't even have to be the mayor, it could be just another council member. But Emmett, I invite you to participate, you will participate if we do it the current way, with me in choosing from the variety of people who, like Dennis said, some of them see it on the website, see it the banner, see it whatever, and they just throw their name in there because they're interested in getting involved. I am concerned that people will be appointed who are known quantities to the council member appointing that person. And I think it's a good idea, and that works against the diversity that we are trying to achieve. Instead, you want somebody who's enthusiastic about the subject matter that the commission deals with and who has their own ideas, is willing to listen to staff and react to it. And when staff has something that they're working on, whether it's a recreational needs assessment or the youth center or the student union or anything like that, that they are there as input and a sounding board. And I think we, at the Parks and Rec Commission anyway, I just haven't seen this problem manifest itself. And maybe that's because that commission's different. But we haven't had the problem of, I am set in stone because this particular thing is not what I want or it is what I want, and I'll never change my mind and I'll never listen to anybody else. So anyway, I guess, because I hear a sentiment of appointing, and if we were to go that way at all, what I would suggest as maybe a compromise is that if we're going to appoint people, the 4 council members, excluding the mayor, because the mayor doesn't have his own district, so the 4 other council members would appoint somebody, and then you would have X number of other people who would be additional members to the commission. In the case of the senior commission, there could be 5 other members because they've got 9 members on there right now. And nothing against the mayor or anything, and maybe we would have the mayor appoint somebody, whatever, maybe that'd be 5 people. But the idea would be have additional members. But I cannot go along with, it just seems to politicize it so much if you are appointing people for whatever reason. Anyway, so that's that on that part. But I'm supportive of the other points, though.
So for staff, do you need anything as it relates to the training and AB 1234 training, or is consensus enough?
Council, I'd like to give a little, make a statement about the training in the AB 1234. When AB 1234 first was approved, and we did pass that requirement on to the Planning Commission, I did recommend that it be applied to all commissions. My voice was small then, and it didn't go very far. As far as the training, that was also something that was brought up over the years. City clerks usually will provide that along with the city attorneys. Most cities do require all of their boards, commissions, and committees to have the AB 123 training, as well as now the sexual harassment training. So if we move in that direction, we would be doing and making that a requirement, as most other cities are doing now.
Well, then I would,
Well, I would think that, I don't know how far we're going to go with this, but at some point we need to have some, I think we need to finish this portion of it and then open it up to the community for calling in, right?
Yes, before you make any decision,
right,
you need to have public comment. So if you wanted to make the decision in different parts, then you'd have to have public comment for each of those. If you want to wait all the way to the end and then make one motion, then we'll just have one public comment.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it.
Okay.
And versus having 4 different call-in sessions and
perfect.
I mean, unless somebody has a different opinion, John?
No, let's hear the other two suggestions.
I'm sorry to keep pointing you out, but that's what I'm looking at right now.
I know.
Well, I'm actually going to respond to John's comments. I think there's an implicit bias in the response provided about politicizing the commissions and almost a defensiveness to protecting a commission that, frankly, may have a lot of people that are like-minded. And so the criticism I've heard specifically about Parks and Recreation, especially in light of some of the things that have recently occurred, is that there are people that do have different thoughts about Parks and Recreation and trees and things like that, and don't feel that, frankly, that the council member that's the liaison would ever appoint them. And so I think that we have to take a step back, open our minds up a little bit.
They just need to apply, Ryan. They just need to apply,
and they will.
And
they will,
the
John.
pudding. You would see who got appointed.
Right.
It's not one size fits all, and we want people with different thoughts. I don't know who you're talking to. Have them apply, and let's talk to them, and we'll. And I'll tell you one more.
You talk to them. Yeah. That's the point, John. That's what I'm getting at. Is you're going to talk to them, whereas they would feel more comfortable.
I said we.
Well, you and the mayor.
I will talk to them. And let me just make a point about there's 4 vacancies, especially when there's multiple vacancies. I don't know about anybody else, but in the past it has been, we have tried to get a spectrum of people to appoint. It's not one size fits all. It's not all like-minded. And I don't know who you are talking to, but the Parks and Recreation Commission, yes. Do they like parks? Yes. And so if somebody came and said, I want to be on the commission because I want to pave over Pioneer Park or Via Verde Park and build apartments on Via Verde Park, we would say, well, maybe you just don't fit in with what the Parks and Recreation Commission is really all about. So yes, probably in some cases we would be less likely to appoint somebody like that. But as far as other things, I mean, whether it's privatizing stuff, planting more trees, getting more parks, doing various projects, having more programs, and wanting to have drive-in movies and everything else, dog parks, skate parks, whatever, we welcome it. And I'm just flabbergasted that you are saying that the Parks and Recreation Commission is some kind of machine that I'm running.
Well, John, you just laid out people you would disqualify from consideration. You're making the case on why it is that there are some people really like skate parks, and that's paving. That takes away from trees. That actually requires a little bit of development.
Ryan, I proposed the skate park back in the 1990s. Yes, Dave Campbell had a very big part in making it happen. I was the original proponent of the skate park at Pioneer Park.
Okay. And so there are people who would be interested in a BMX park somewhere in the city. There are people that have ideas that are different, perhaps, than what you're thinking. But just to change gears for a second to something more functional, from staff's perspective, is it easier to manage a commission that is 5 or larger? Is a smaller commission easier for the purposes of getting quorum and for the purposes of recording the minutes?
From the minutes perspective, I don't do those. There are different staff members who do the minutes, but from the recruitment process and keeping track of the resignations and the term expirations by hand and on charts is a nightmare. There's software out there that helps to make that better, but trying to keep track of 5 commissions or committees with more than 20 people on it does get cumbersome, especially if we take a long time to appoint, then you lose track of, like where we are now. You lose track of how many vacancies on this commission, how many vacancies on that commission, how many applications came in before the cutoff date. Well, we didn't get enough, so let's fly it again. So from an administrative standpoint, trying to keep track of this many commissioners, it's not the number of commissions, but it's the number of people who are on them that gets difficult to track.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let me ask a quick question. As far as administrative is concerned, when I'm reading through this for about the 100th time, it actually says each commission or each commissioner has an obligation to attend meetings, and if they miss X amount of meetings within a period of time, or they're not excused, is there anybody tracking that? I mean, I know that the Public Safety Commission, it's always been a back and forth. Is this guy not supposed to be here because he was not there? And I don't know, that would seem like to me that's a kind of a nightmare thing. Because
tracking stopped maybe, for some of the commissions, tracking stopped maybe 4 years ago.
It stopped?
It stopped, yes. And public safety and equestrian historically have been the 2 commissions where absences were a problem.
Yeah, we actually, in public safety, we actually ask at least a couple of times people to tender their resignation because they didn't make, they weren't every other meeting, they're not there, and it became
the staff liaison are responsible for tracking the attendance, but also tracking whether or not there are excused or unexcused absences. And sometimes that was never clear when we did collect that information. We did go back and collect some of that information for the last 2 years, and it does show across, I won't say across the board, but with at least 3 commissions, that absences are a problem.
Okay.
So if we had a reduced number, that reduces the requirement for quorum, correct? So if we had 5, we would only need 3 people to show up. But if we have 12, we need at least 6 people to show up. And
or actually 7, because if you vote on, if they vote on something and there's only,
7. It's got to be 7.
Yeah.
Less than the majority, right? You can make it, or does it have to
No, it works the same as a council. You need a quorum, and it should be an odd quorum, because if you take a vote, then you could have a tie vote.
So that's why you have 7 or 9 or 5?
5, 7, or 9.
All right, and I guess where I'm trying to get to then is that the more commissioners, for the purposes of the body, the commission or the committee, in order for it to operate efficiently and effectively, 5 being the base number, seems to me that it is a government body, it is a publicly noticed meeting, and no one's telling anyone not to attend these meetings and have their input be heard. But rather, for the efficiency of the governing body, it seems to make more sense that we would go to a smaller commission that would have, we would select 5 dedicated individuals to do, because it seems like quorum is something that we've had with some of the commissions, and I think every single commission has had a quorum issue at some point. So it just seems the larger commission is a little bit more challenging. And, and I'm not 5, I'm just saying 5. I mean, for the purposes of getting to a place where there's a lower quorum requirement. If you go higher, you end up back at a higher quorum requirement. And then we get the issue as it relates to the staff work, whomever's doing it. I know our own city manager, I think, was doing the minutes for some of these commissions, and that can be some tedious work, I think. So that's kind of where I'm at as it relates to just the size of the commissions. And, I do stand by the fact, I know John had said, where am I hearing this stuff? I'm hearing it from people that don't talk to you, just like there's people that talk to you that don't talk to me and other members of the city council. So I respect those members of the community, and if they bring something forward and they would like to be able to say, hey, you know what, I'd really like to serve on X commission, whatever it is, in the past we tell them apply. But there is an opportunity here, as the mayor alluded to. If we've made a resolution that we're intent to go to districts, there seems to be an issue with membership on at least the Parks and Recreation Commission at this point. So if we were going to set a new direction as it related to the size of commissions, Deborah, I think you put in your report that staff could prepare a timeline that would, I would guess, through attrition, migrate to smaller commission sizes, so we wouldn't actually kick anybody off a commission. Is that what I understand, or?
Yes, staff certainly wasn't suggesting that we cut people or kick them off, but as terms would expire, then that would move us towards whatever number that council selected. And some type of chart could be prepared to show how long it would take to accomplish getting to that number. And
so 2-year appointments, or is that what the commissions are?
There are 3 2-year appointments, and for 6 years. And I believe public safety right now is, I think, somewhere up to 2023. So there would be a good 2 to 3 years before we could probably reach those numbers.
So when you say 3 2-year appointments, that just means that we've reappointed up to the maximum of 3 years. But if we reduced that, would we change that?
I guess that would be up to council.
Okay. So you could make 2 2-year terms, so 4 years total, or something like that.
I think the 3 2-year terms are long, because you get people who leave because they lose interest or what have you. So I think 3 2-year terms for a total of 6 years is a long time.
Okay. All right. So let me make sure I clarify in my mind. Okay. Currently, our Parks and Rec Commission is down 4 bodies.
I have 3.
Well, so I can clarify that for you, Emmett.
Okay. Could you please?
The Parks and Recreation Commission is down 4 bodies right now. But let me talk about that commission. We have never ever had a problem filling the vacancies on that commission. There's been a couple times when we've had, I think once or twice when we have the exact number. There's usually more. There's usually twice or even 3 times as many of the applicants as there are vacancies. In the case you were just talking about, a member resigned back in the spring, and another member termed out at the very last meeting. So because of COVID, we hadn't got together to appoint a new person for the one vacancy, and then the other person just termed out like November, whatever it was, 19th or 18th or something like that was her last meeting. That was the same night that 2 people the next day resigned. Within 1 week, we were back at the city council, and we decided to open the application period because we only had 3 people at that point whom we could have appointed, but we decided it would be great to have some more people apply. And so we reopened it. So it's not like we're sitting around, and it's not like there aren't applicants. Right now, there are more applicants than there are positions available. So I understand people's desire for efficiency, but sometimes the more people you have, and I'm not saying you want 100, but if you have a couple extra members, that just means you've got more diversity of thought. And believe me, you go and talk to the different people on each of the commissions, whether it's the senior or the equestrian or the parks or public safety, and they're not like all in lockstep on something, and nor should they be. So I'm just saying, as far as the quorum goes, and as far as like any commission, sometimes we didn't get 4 people there, and that is true. But there has never been a problem with people wanting to serve, and those who lose interest, they actually do resign, and we get another person to fill their shoes.
Do we have a number? Say like one opening. Do we have a minimum number of applicants before we interview? So now we have 4 openings. Do we need 8 bodies to apply, or 10 bodies, or 12, or some number like that?
The unofficial rule was double. Yeah, it was. We'd like to have more applications than vacancies. There wasn't really a number set to it, but it was, if we had one vacancy, we wanted at least 2 applicants. That was the rule that the previous city manager and assistant city manager directed.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
All right. I'll dig into the last 2 things here, 2 points to wrap it up. One is, I think we need to establish a media policy for the commissions and define media specifically. That's everything from, in today's definition, according to a lot of the emergency management and law enforcement, a blogger is considered media, a journalist, a podcaster, whatever the case may be. And I think that we need to have a clear policy as it relates to appointees, commissions, and commissioners doing interviews. I think that those need to be coordinated or approved by someone in the city. Recently, it was brought to my attention, an appointee to a commission did an interview on a podcast. And when they did that, some members of the community construed that person to a certain degree as speaking on behalf of the city, or at least as from a position of representing the city in what it was they were discussing. And so for that reason, my phone rang quite a bit, and people seeking clarity, asking why it is that this person was doing this interview and who authorized it. And, they would expect to see these things from staff or from the council. So I bring that up for discussion. I think we probably need to tighten up a policy. We had a public information officer. I don't know if that position is the position or if it's the city manager who should, be the one to approve these types of things. That's the point.
I think the obvious answer to that would be the PIO and the city manager, but there needs to be, I think, in the organizations that I've been a part of, there's been a very distinct interview or media interaction policy, and it was very clear what your role in that was. I'm totally okay with, if staff has no issues with that happening, I'm okay with that. But obviously, I think notifications should be made because there is that potential for something to be misconstrued or taken out of context by members of the community. So, and that's, I think, speaks to the importance of a centralized PIO. I know we don't have one right now, but it's a very important position because you have a centralized source of information going to the community from the city. So it being centralized, it means that the okay would need to go through that position for sure.
And that would mean like commissioners or appointees would clear it with the city manager, and then he would instruct the PIO?
I don't know how that would work on the staff's end. I think for sure it needs to go through the PIO, whether the city manager at the time wants to get involved in that, or if they're just going to defer to the PIO. I'm okay with whatever their discretion is on that.
Yeah, I think the one thing too that for substance out of this is that being able to discern what is someone's personal opinion versus when they're speaking to something that the city is discussing or considering, and the representation of that to the community. So my hope would be if a commissioner, appointee, or a committee member wanted to do an interview with whomever, whatever outlet that is, that the policy would basically direct that person to contact either the PIO or the city manager to be able to discuss what those topics are, and that staff would ensure that whatever the city portions of those things are in fact accurate representations of whatever it is, that's going to be shared, or not do it at all. I mean, in the case of, like, for example, recently we had members of CERT deploy to assist another neighboring agency. CERT has a lot of different functions in it if you actually look at the CERT positions, and one of them is a PIO. But in a major incident like that, I don't know that we want one of our CERT members going out to the media vans when they're over at a actual FEMA endorsed event with an FMAG and all, fire and everyone else getting in front of the cameras when we actually have. So I think that would be an instance where the city may not approve that request and would say to defer to the logical person.
In this instance, I'm absolutely opposed to this. We don't want to muzzle people. When people talk, when you say stuff, or Emmett or Eric or myself or John, if it's our own personal opinion, we should state it's our personal opinion. You don't represent the city. But I don't think we want to have people on commissions going to the city manager and saying, can I speak to so-and-so? I mean, that's not his position to do that, and he shouldn't be put in that position. And people, if they want to say things that are contrary to the city, they should make sure it's coming from them, but there's nothing wrong with that. And I tell people on the senior commission, we don't want people here that just yes people. We want people to discuss our problems and tell us what we're doing wrong and how can we do it better. So I don't think we want to put a limit on free speech.
Well, I think there's a distinction there, Dennis, and I don't know that from my perspective, I don't know that that's what I'm throwing out there, and maybe I'm just not explaining it well enough. So I'm 100% on board that people can say whatever it is that they want about the city. But the distinction, I think, would need to be drawn, and in the organizations that I've worked with before that have had policies in regards to this, it was clear that you can make whatever statements that you'd like as an individual. The problematic part would arise if you were to use an official title or say, hey, this is council member or commission member Ryan Vienna on the Public Safety Commission for the City of San Dimas, and then get into that type of dialogue about personal opinion and things like that. And I think that's where it becomes problematic. If somebody wanted to do an interview and they're on a commission and they wanted to say whatever it is that they wanted to say about the city, that's fine, as long as they're just not throwing the title out there, because it can be problematic, I think.
Yeah, and I think to your point, and Brad, maybe weigh in a little bit just for factual purposes. In my experience, like, I'm allowed to say, in my experience as a job title, blah, 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 without stating I'm from the city or I'm from this agency or whatever the case may be, to be very clear that I'm exercising my First Amendment right to be able to say whatever it is I want to do that is not to be minced with speaking on behalf of an organization. Do organizations typically have that policy? Do cities typically have some sort of policy that addresses this?
I think the difference is when they're speaking on behalf of a committee, a commission, is where I think that the separation is. If they're going to speak on behalf of a commission or committee, then I think that needs to come from probably city staff or that liaison to that commission or committee, whoever has that information. If they're just speaking as a resident who sits on, then freedom of speech, First Amendment, they can say whatever they like to say. But it maybe in the educational materials that we do, or the meet and greet with all the commissioners, there's a piece of that says, or in the commission handbook, that you shouldn't represent yourself or represent the committee or commission, whatever it may be, without authorization. I just don't know where, I'll defer to the attorney on where the First Amendment right comes in there.
I agree with Brad 100%. And I would also say not only, the rule should say that the commissioners should not speak on behalf of the commission or committee, but also not speak on behalf of the city, unless it is an official position that's been taken by the city or a statement that's been approved by.
Well, I think that if you have something in the handbook that says you're allowed to give interviews, but if you give your personal opinion, make sure that you state that it is your opinion and you don't represent the city. You're representing yourself.
That's a way to do it too.
Yeah, and I think that we all have, I think all five of us can say that at one time or another, someone's asked us a question and they're asking you as Councilman Weber or Councilman Ebner, and you speak your opinion, but and so they automatically expect that you're representing the city, because here's Councilman Bertone, and so whatever you say could be your own personal opinion, but their presumption is that you're speaking on behalf of the city. I know that I'm faced with that many times, probably 100 times a week anymore. Yeah, I think it could be covered in the book, and unfortunately we're under COVID-19 and all this other stuff, so get one of these training sessions up and running is problematic at best, although I think we all want to do it. I definitely do not want to muzzle somebody from free speech. I don't want nobody muzzling me. So I'm a very opinionated person. Most people wouldn't believe that, but it comes down to how we're going to do it, and I just think the way it's presented is that's all, and as everything as we know, it's training. If we train them the right way, they're not going to be, it's easy to say I don't know, but it's not as easy to say I don't know after you've been trained. And there's always a way to put it down there, do the training, and then have everyone sign a document. I don't even know if that's possible, but sign a document that you received. It's just like we do the ABC, AB 1, 2, 3, 4. They notice it. We put it in a packet, for each commission so they can do it. And I would support something in that manner, because I think this is an opportunity for us to revise or enhance this entire process of where we're at. And I'm not so sure that, this evening is, this has just showed up in our packet in the last couple of, we got it set Friday night. Now we're all starting to think about it and trying to build a world.
I agree with the mayor that this probably, coulda, shoulda, maybe have been a fall retreat thing, but unfortunately with COVID and everything, we're really kind of hemmed where we're at. But I'm sorry, Dennis, I know you're going to say something. We
should never get in a position where we should say that you cannot criticize the city. or criticize the programs. We don't ever want to get in that position. If a person isn't happy with the city, even if they're on the commission, they should be allowed to say so. They shouldn't just be allowed to say that I represent the city and I'm unhappy with it. They're representing themselves.
Yeah, I think what Jeff and Brad alluded to in terms of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as of now, when I read the manual, there isn't anything that addresses this. It's not addressed in our handbook today, and I don't think it's an issue that really was prevalent in the past. I mean, the advent of social media and all the different types of outlets that there are today are ever evolving. And so, I like what Dennis added is that, when we get back after we hear from the public, I would think, depending on their input, that we could create or establish a policy that did specifically, and I think it's important, the distinction Eric brought up is that it's got to be clear. It's only if you're speaking on matters and it's perceived that you're speaking on behalf of the city commission or, in your capacity maybe as a commissioner on official business, but preface, if you're going to digress to a personal opinion, that it's very abundantly clear that you're making your own personal opinion and not speaking on behalf, explicitly clear perhaps. Can
I ask a question? I didn't see the podcast. I'm not sure what the problem with it was, but now are we saying that a person can't say I'm on the Public Safety Commission and then go in and then start talking about things, or what's the line that you're trying to draw?
That merely, I think that the staff is aware and knows what the discussion is and ensures that the information that I think is being provided is factually correct and accurate so that the information that is shared is there. Jeff, do you have something?
Well, that's if the person is speaking on behalf of the city. The general rule that a lot of commission handbooks have on this topic is that commissioners should be careful to not publicly represent their statements as a statement of the city, of the whole city or the whole commission, unless it is a position that the city council has taken or their entire commission has taken. So they can say anything they'd like in their personal capacity, or they can say, I'm planning commissioner Vienna from the city of San Dimas, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the city, but in my personal opinion, XYZ. That doesn't violate the policy. But if you walk into a media interview and you represent yourself as speaking for the city as a planning commissioner and just one person, and the planning commission hasn't taken a position on that item, then that is what would violate the policy. And if the council does want to adopt or at least consider adopting some type of rule like this, you can just direct staff to bring back some language that maybe we could put into the commission handbook for you to consider at a future meeting.
Okay.
I agree with what you just said, I think.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
I'd like to see what the actual verbiage is. And I just out of the gate, I have a little trouble clearing every interview, every statement to a group of people who happen to be standing on a corner with the city. So I'm not sure if that's in the spirit of free speech and democracy as we know it now.
John, but maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I understood him to say that the language would actually say that they would know not to say that I'm representing the city. Or I'm a commissioner. Okay, this is my opinion. You can say you're a commissioner, right. But in my opinion, I think we just clarified it and put it in writing. I do not want to absolutely stand in the way of anybody's free speech. Okay, it doesn't matter. We all know that that's wrong, and that. But I do think it would be. It sounds like to me. We're pretty much in agreement that there needs to be something addressed in the commissioner's handbook. I mean, it's all...
Yeah, let's see what it says. And maybe other cities have, like Jeff probably can point us to some good examples, and let's see what we get in there.
Cool.
All right, well, there's no decision made on this yet, so... All right.
All right.
What's next?
Sorry, I did a lot of thinking about this because I wanted to make the most out of the opportunity before us before the new year. So the last thing comes out of some issues that were brought to my attention following this podcast, and that is that members of the community have concerns over nepotism in the city. And so I went and I looked and spoke with staff, and the city actually does have a policy as it relates to nepotism. And that nepotism policy addresses commissions and it addresses city employees, but it does not address the matters of appointees to commissions or committees or subcommittees, etc. And so doing some homework and looking around and reading different policies from different places, the bottom line is members of the community have expressed concern regarding an appointment that's on the housing subcommittee, which is the son of a council member. And recently, like recently as yesterday, the daughter-in-law of a council member, which resulted in a number of phone calls to me yesterday, is an applicant for the Parks and Recreation Commission, for which that council member is the liaison to. And so members of the community have expressed to me that they don't believe that the appointments are appropriate. They don't feel that it portrays diversity throughout the community. They feel that nepotism in the city is not something that we should have. And so, without getting too deep into it, I researched a number of cities, and the bottom line is, at least what I'm bringing forward that's been brought to me from the community, is that one city adopted in their charter amendment a one-sentence, very simple ordinance. It says, relatives of officers shall not be appointed or employed. And then it reads very simply, section, in this case, 118, no person related within the second degree of affinity or within the third degree of consanguinity to members of the city council or the city manager shall be appointed or employed to any office, position, or service in the city. And so I bring that up as a result of the calls and discussions I've had with some members of the community that have felt that some of the recent involvements are not consistent with what they feel the values and direction of the city should be. And they'd like to see us take appropriate steps to remedy this and not allow for nepotism in our appointments, which would simply be expanding our existing policy that we have both outlined in the personnel manual for the city as well as our commissioner's handbook. And Brad, did I leave anything out? That's the commissioner's handbook does not apply to council appointees unless, and I guess this is a question for you or Jeff, is that if you read that, and I don't believe the interpretation is this way, but it was asked to me that if you read that the council members are employees of the city in one way, that then, in fact, the policy would address it. But it's an interpretation rather than an explicit address. Is that it?
I think this is bringing up a problem that doesn't exist.
Well, I think, Dennis, Deborah, is there an applicant for a commission that is related to a council member?
Yes.
And is there an appointee to a subcommittee in the city that is related to a council member?
Yes.
And then are they all related to one council member?
Yes.
Thank you.
But why is that a problem?
But, let's just stop beating around the bush. So we're talking about Philip and Isabel Ebner, and I've brought this up before that maybe it goes back to my parents and my wife's parents who were involved in a lot of different things, whether it was politics, movements, charity, marching for this thing or the other, calling in, running for state assembly and losing, any number of things that our family has been, I'm not going to say nobody else does this, because there are many other families who do this, but our family is very involved. So from a young age, our kids saw how I was involved, how my wife's involved, and how their grandparents were involved in things. And these kids came back to San Dimas, and they just started, they love San Dimas, and they have a point of view that's different than Ryan's. That is the bottom line. They have a point of view that's different from Ryan's, and they're able to express it, and they're able to want to be involved. Now, I don't know what the policy should be. We were doing fine with the policy the way it is for many, many years, and maybe we can discuss that. But the bottom line here is this is nothing less than a power grab by another city council member who's trying to silence effective voices who don't agree with some of his policies. And so this goes in line with muzzling people's free speech when they talk to the press or anybody else. It goes in line with politicizing the appointment process to the commissions, so that whenever a majority is in power, so to speak, we didn't used to think about those terms in San Dimas, but I guess now we are, that majority will always have the commissioners in line with them. And it goes to the same thing of trying to keep people off of the commissions and committees. Now, I'm willing to have the discussion on whether we should do that or not, just in a general way, but it's not at all surprising that this is coming up now, just as a couple other issues have come up recently. And this is really, Ryan, your third strike and you're out, because you are doing nothing more than trying to enhance your base, which is fine politically, but I just don't think it's good for the city when one council member continually tries to stifle voices of opposition in the community. And that's all I have to say about it.
Let me ask a question for my own information. I'm not familiar with the sub-housing committee. Is there a limited number of people on there, or just anyone that applied could become a member? I'm not familiar with, or did we limit it to 5 or 10 or?
There was an identified number. I think Henry's. I think it was 12, 8.
We were looking for 6, and then we got 7, so we took the 7.
Yeah.
You accepted everyone that applied?
We accepted everybody that applied because it was close enough to the desired number.
And let me understand, that is a subcommittee of the Housing Element Committee, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's only through the time that we have till the housing element is presented back to the city council.
That's correct.
So that would be, what, a few months, a year? This isn't an ongoing committee or commission.
No, we need to get it to HCD by next October 2021.
So 10 months, 10, 11 months.
So did you make the decisions, Henry, about who was going to be on the committee?
Staff and myself, we looked at all of the applications and we reviewed them, and we didn't want to just exclude just one person, so we decided to accept all 7.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I utterly disagree with John's comments, and that's okay because he's defending his base and his family, I should note, because I don't know that it's appropriate for him to even participate in this conversation, as he has a direct conflict and probably should recuse himself. But nevertheless, I would point out in the Commissioner's Manual, and it could be something to be expanded too, there is a section, Section E, Commission seeking personal interest or benefit. A commission member shall not seek any personal interest or benefit from their participation or service as a commissioner. They must abstain from any discussion or recommendation on matters that may directly or indirectly benefit themselves, their local business, or the interest of a family member, friend, or associate. Commission members are not to seek influence of other commissioners or city staff to obtain any personal interest or benefit for themselves, family, friends, or associates. Failure to follow these requirements and guidelines may lead to the commissioner being released from their appointment to the commission. Now, this doesn't apply to subcommittees and committees as written today, but the spirit of the policy, I think, does apply. And since John wants to talk about 3 strikes, I think the public should then be fully disclosed that his daughter-in-law has a podcast and his son has a online school where he teaches a variety of skills related to video production and what have you, and cameras. And they both are stakeholders in the San Dimas Community Post, which many of you have seen, a newspaper recently, that also has recently sought to collect donations from people in the community. And they've even done work for and done vignettes and videos that have been posted. And so when you put all this together, when you just look at the whole thing, it's very interesting when people are calling me saying, how is this possible? How is it that, this family is doing this, that John thinks this is appropriate? And how is it that it does not go where the content that's being used is, in fact, that content that is being pushed through the newspaper, which is, in fact, seeking donations, monetary donations from people in this community. Now, ironically, a number of the callers this evening who have been calling for the last several months happen to be the writers for this newspaper, almost to the point where it's dwarfed the voices of others in the community who, frankly, just don't want to deal with the banter. The folks from different organizations that would call in traditionally and share whatever it is they had to share just have not been engaging. And so the last point to that is that, I do think we need to address the issue of nepotism. And the last thing is, when we look at appointments, I think the Commissioner Handbook makes it pretty clear that people that are going to be appointed to commissions, should be evaluated for their expertise and for what they bring to a commission, and the diversity that they can bring in thought, geography, etc., and life experience. But the other thing is, if you go on and you look at half of the comments that some of these people that are writers for this newspaper that Phil and Isabel are involved with, as it relates back to this topic, they're god-awful. It's unneighborly, uncivil, and some of it is just downright disrespectful to other members of this community. And some of those people, have or will apply for commissions. So I really hope that anybody that applies for a commission, when they deal with representing their interests or they want to get involved, does so in a manner that is neighborly and civil and respectful as it's outlined in the Commissioner Handbook. And I would hope that appointments follow suit with those people who should be accessible, good commissioners in the city of diverse backgrounds and different thought. Ironically, John, I'm not opposed to people that think differently than me. As a matter of fact, I've offered to meet with your daughter-in-law and your son who have refused to do that or don't want to meet. And so, or they want to meet on Zoom or Skype or what have you. But the bottom line is, it's not for lack of trying to reach out. So I hear you, but this is a policy issue. And that's what we're here to discuss, and that's why I'm bringing it up.
All right, I'm going to bring this back to the chair.
We have a long agenda tonight, you know.
Pardon me?
I said we have a very long agenda tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it back, and we have to open it up for public comment. This looks like it's going to go back and forth, and
Well, can we hear from the other members of council, Mayor?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with having a discussion about nepotism. I mean, I think it's the way it's kind of outlined right now. I think it's kind of wild the way I interpret it. That my wife could be employed with the city, and I think that by and large the way the ethics training that I've received thus far in my career and such in local government, I think that wouldn't be an appropriate thing, and that it's currently appears to be okay. I think is something that would definitely be a decent thing to address for sure.
We recently had this very issue with Bonita School District. A school board member opted to resign based on the fact that he wanted to let his wife, who had recently graduated from college and eventually applied to the Bonita School District, and I don't know if she did or I didn't, but by him being on the commission, it curtailed her opportunity. So it's out there in other public agencies about relatives or whatever. I can only speak for myself. I haven't had this problem for the 13 years that I've been involved, but once a year for the last 13 years, my name has been Mudd, M-U-D-D, Mudd. My daughter has asked me, who's a San Dimas resident, been a San Dimas resident for a long time, has asked me, Dad, I want to be on the Public Safety Commission. And each and every time she asked, I said, no, it's not appropriate. As Councilman Templeman always alluded to, it might be okay, but it doesn't pass the smell test. He has said that many, many times. So I would like us to come back and talk about it and see where it's at, but I just don't think it's a good message to send to the overall public that we can appoint, our relatives to these commissions. And although I think that Isabel and I hate to use names but everybody knows them now. Isabel and Phil would be, fine representatives, but the reality is I think it sends the wrong message. But now I want to revert back to Philip. Okay, Philip has been put on a ad hoc committee to assist with the housing element. And it was pushed out there. It's not a commission, not a committee. I personally don't have a problem with him for the next 8 or 9 months. He showed an interest. It's the people that are going to make the decision for the housing element are the staff. They're just taking input, the way I understand it. Is that correct, Henry?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so he applied. I don't know when he applied. I have no idea, but we ended up with 7 people. The staff decided that they were going to take all 7 people, and I respect that decision. So as far as Philip's concerned, I welcome him, As the other part, I have some concerns, especially on a commission that the council member, meaning John, is actually ahead of that. And I'm not sure that I think that a relative should be on any commission. Like I said, For 13 years, I've told my daughter, and that doesn't mean that I'm right. I've told her, no, this just doesn't pass the smell test, me appointing somebody or me being a part of a council that appoints one of their relatives.
Well, she's not on the commission yet. She's just applied, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So let's open it up to public comment. Anyone wishing to address the council on this issue, feel free to give us a call at the council. The phone number is on the television screen, and we'll give it some time. Right now, I'm being told we have 5 calls.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda Lee, since you are giving out everybody's names in this meeting. I have many things that I would love to comment on, especially what Mr. Vienna is commenting on. But I'm going to focus on what I have prepared reading the agenda, just because, you know, as was mentioned, we really just don't need more drama in this city, as Mr. Vienna is kind of stirring the pot here. So let's focus on, first, transparency within our city here. The last meeting, Mr. Vienna made a huge statement about and insinuated that the applicants were, you know, from a subset of the committee, and then now he has gone out and has actually released the name of one of the people that applied, Miss Isabel Ebner. And I'm curious that you guys pushed off the interviews for Parks and Rec, but then you made reappointments to other committees because seemingly you want to apply these rules only to these applicants to this one committee, not any of the other committees. So in this sense, I'm sorry, but I'm going to agree with Mr. Ebner. This is a power grab by Mr. Vienna. This has been commented on before. It's been ignored. Will the review of the current committee members, especially those without term limits, also be using the new rules that you're trying and policies that you're trying to implicate? And I'm not talking about the, putting in the training. I actually do agree with Mr. Vienna in this. Yeah, haha, you can laugh at that. I do agree with you on that one. Training and stuff is good. Maybe, training on, how you're representing yourself in media. I think that should actually apply to our council. I know many of us have called in Mr. Vienna about your own transparency and how you represent your role in the city in regards to anti-mask. You and your wife have both taken a stance of being anti-mask. And it's come back from both the mayor and from the attorney that that's your First Amendment right. So I'm really confused why you're trying to silence Mr. Phil Ebner and Mrs. Isabel Ebner, who did a podcast about the city working, because we're trying to involve more of the community in this, because many people have commented that, yeah, I didn't realize that was going on. And we'll get further into that when we talk about SP 23 tonight. The other thing that I wanted to mention about districting, I do believe by districting, and when you are mentioning having a council member, like one person, what you're trying to allude to is diversity, which we have a complete lack of in this city. Albeit, look at our current board, which is all white men.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Isabel Ebner. I was interested in the topic of the commissions and boards and all the policy things that you discussed earlier, and I have thoughts about that, but I'm actually going to use this time to address some of the comments that Mr. Vienna has made towards me, my husband, and my family. So the first thing I'd like to say is that I was one of the 3 applicants who recently submitted an application to the Parks and Recreation Commission, but it looks like how I'm interpreting things is that Mr. Vienna does not want me to be on the commission. I'd just like to say on the record that before I applied, I checked with several staff members. It was actually a member of city staff who encouraged me to apply, and Phil, my husband, was also appointed to the housing subcommittee by staff. So, Mr. Vienna, if you have a problem with us being on commissions, I encourage you to take that up with staff. But right now, it just feels like you are attempting to hamper our involvement in a city that we care so much about, have chosen to buy a home in and raise our children. I want to let you all know that, to your point, Mayor Badar, I did not even notify John that I applied for the Parks and Recreation Commission because I prefer not to talk to him about city matters at this point because there have been claims made that there's collusion going on, and I don't even involve him in any of my city involvement anymore. So, and I'm also surprised, Mayor Badar, by your comments about me not being appointed to a commission, because I've had many conversations with you in the past about how joining a commission is a great way to get involved and have my voice heard. So I was really looking forward to joining a commission, but now it appears that avenue is being closed off to me. Regarding my podcast, I do feel like the council, particularly Mr. Vienna, is attacking mine and my guests' First Amendment rights at this point. You all know I care deeply about San Dimas. I wouldn't sit here and watch every council meeting. I wouldn't put out podcast episodes about various historical topics, city topics, political topics that were going on in San Dimas if I didn't care. I'm raising 3 young children. That in itself is a handful, but I still commit time to my community and getting to know my community and doing what I believe is a public service. So I don't know why you have a problem with my podcast trying to increase transparency and raise awareness in the community, unless perhaps you wouldn't like to see transparency and more civic engagement in San Dimas. Lastly, Mr. Vienna, I would just like to say that Phil and I are able to meet with you. We have young children, so we cannot meet in the evenings in person. We offer to meet via Zoom or over the phone, unless you'd like to meet during the day at the park with our children running around. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
This is Gil Gonzalez. I didn't know we had a time limit. It's kind of hard for that. I wish you didn't have a time limit. But I would say every one of you council members should be able to vote on any subcommittee, sub-board, some commission. If I'm in favor of if we break into 5 units or whatever in the city. Hey, if John wants to put somebody up there, go for it. If Mr. Weber wants to, or Mr. Vienna, or Mr. Bertone, or any one of you, because you all have to vote on it. So that doesn't mean they're going to get it. If you decide that you only want one person, I would suggest that you have an alternative. I don't know if alternative, but an alternate to that person. And if you want to, you guys are office holders, okay? We've given you the ability to represent us as a city, and there's politics involved in how you do it. You know as well as I do. If you want to get elected to a city council, you probably have to have about $30,000 to spend on it. And I've talked to the city about the idea of not charging people to run. So if you want a free community and joining, then don't charge them $2,000 to put their name on the ballot, because we're getting a lot less money than what we pay in the county. Now, going back to Mr. Vienna's comment about public comments on different media, I've said this before, and I know that there's city councilmen that are approached by people, and those councilmen go to staff directly. And the city attorney said that's not a violation. I totally disagree with them. I still haven't talked to the Attorney General about it, but everything should go through the city manager. I've been on boards, Public Safety Commission, Designing Planning Review Board, General Plan Advisory Committee, and I think Mr. Vienna, and Mr. Vienna knows me. He knows me. I don't agree with him about anything. I don't agree with anybody about something. I'm very liberal about listening, but I make a decision on a conservative matter. I'm not too sure what you call it. If you could help me, Mr. Badar, who's the head of the committees or commissions? There's a guy that's in charge of the Public Safety Commission. What do you call him that runs the commission?
The liaison.
No. He's the president. He runs it. He tells us to stand up, sit down. We're going to have this guy talk or that. Who is that? He's the
chairman
president of the commission.
The chairman of the commission.
What's that?
The chairman of the commission?
Yeah, I think if a person on the commission wants to make a comment, he must present it to the chairman, and we as a commission would vote on whether we're going to make this comment. The commissioner would then take it to the city manager and make sure that every council member understands what we want to talk about. Okay? I don't like the idea of...
Mr. Gonzalez, your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Council. This is Janine Brummer. First of all, I wanted, because I didn't get a chance to call in earlier, to wish you guys all a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and in the words of George Costanza, Happy Festivus for the rest of us. I also wanted to thank Mayor Badar for encouraging me to apply for a commission during one of our conversations this past summer. I moved to San Dimas because I love this city and I want to be involved. And so I really appreciate the information on how to become involved. And that was through applying for a commission. Ms. Black, if it's possible, can you confirm that my application for the Parks and Recs was received?
It was received.
Okay, perfect. Do I need to resubmit it, or it's still in the queue?
You do not need to resubmit it. All applications that are submitted are kept on file for at least a year.
Okay, perfect. So I know that during the discussion, one of the other things was that the Equestrian Commission also can be lacking in participants. I know that reading through some of that, you had to have horse property. So if it is to the benefit of the city, I can also apply for that, since I technically have a home in a single-family agricultural zoning. I don't know, I can have goats and I'm excited about that. But if that's some way that I can help and participate in the city, that is something that I would be willing to do if that also helps create the quorums that we do need. I was going to also offer some information as far as hiring, since I have done extensive hiring in my career, but I am actually going to be addressing some of the comments that Mr. Vienna had discussed. As far as nepotism goes, there's nepotism in all business, and there's currently nepotism in the current White House. Primarily, the requirement is that you have to disclose any of the nepotism, and also you don't want that direct line of, you report to the person that you are related to. So I'm curious, because it just seems like you're trying to discourage participation within a very small community, within a separate family. I mean, Isabel and Phil, to my knowledge, don't live with Councilman Ebner. So a different household entirely. It just seems like you're trying to discourage the participation, which is what this discussion is all about. We want to encourage participation in the city. and commissions, as far as I'm understanding it, is one way that we can do that. If you also believe that Councilman Ebner should recuse himself, may I also comment about a city council meeting from a couple of months ago where, Mr. Vienna, you should have recused yourself from all law enforcement discussions, and perhaps that is something to consider in the future. Ryan,
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you for your comments.
That's fine. But I would...
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, all of the city staff who's currently within the City Hall, community members listening tonight. I'd like to wish everybody a very Merry Early Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year. It's been quite an interesting evening listening to the City Council meeting today, and I'm kind of reaching out in regards to some of the discussion about the commissions. According to the City of San Dimas' website, for boards and commissions and committees page, it specifically states that the City of San Dimas encourages all citizens to involve themselves in the decision-making process by participating in the various city commissions, committees, and boards. Serving on an advisory board, commission, or committee provides an opportunity to assist in the implementation of local policies. Each entity is composed of local community members and not only gives private citizens the ability to participate in civic activities, but also gives voices to specific issues that may not otherwise receive proper attention. So I'm questioning a lot of the concerns that I'm hearing this evening in regards to the commissions, and basically what sounds like trying to lessen the amount of commissions, committees, and or looking at them geographically or appointed. Well, I understand the sentiments regarding the ideas on annual onboarding training or ethics training. I do believe this type of training definitely benefits not just the commission, council members, employees, and all city staff. I do have some questions in regards to the costs associated with this type of training. In regards to the geographically assigned commissioners, this is a little bit odd in the sense that if we were to apply this to the current situation that the city council finds themselves in with the Parks and Recreation Commission, if the City Council just opted to extend the vacancy due to only having 3 applicants. So in the geographical type situation, if those 3 applicants applied and there were 4 open positions and these 3 applicants all resided in the same geographical area, then we would only take one of those and continue on with 3 openings. This seems kind of counterproductive. And I just question the ability to actually recruit city people who live here, who are excited, active community members, and are passionate about the actual commissions that they're applying for. This is a volunteer position. These are not paid positions where they're taking money from the city. So I really just wonder if we are looking to actually find people who are passionate about the work that they're trying to help with, or are we looking for people who are going to just agree with what the commissioner head or whoever is overseeing that committee has to say. Further, in listening to Ms. Black discuss the tracking of it, she advised that the administration purpose, it's harder to keep track of the commission members by hand, but that there are actually programs which can be implemented.
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, Sean here. I just wanted to comment on the discussion that's going on about the procedures and appointments to city boards and commissions. Our city really doesn't need this. We don't need this bickering like has been going on through the past months, and just a specific group of people who are doing this. Now, whether Vienna is doing a power grab or And Ebner is trying to fill commissions with all his family and all the people who's part of that specific group, Empowered San Dimas. The idea of transparency and wanting to know if family members are going on boards or what have you is a very great concern. Let's not forget, just a couple minutes away from us, there is a family, a politically well-connected family called the Calderons. Two of those family members have been indicted for taking a bribe. And so this idea that this is somehow bullying council member Ebner, or I don't know what the whole situation is going on, but the fact of the matter is having transparency on the board, on commissions, or what have you, is a must. And that is something that when I was on student government, I saw a lot of that. Not familial, but basically friends giving, kickbacks to such and such from whether it's a club or the student association. I saw a lot of that. So I do have big concerns, especially when families get involved. Because I've also studied international relations. There are, for instance, the Suharto family in Indonesia, a very corrupt family. And there are many other, not saying that, just to clarify, not saying that the Ebners are corrupt or anything, but when it comes to nepotism, yes, nepotism tends to breed corruption. So I agree with Councilmember Vienna on his statements about, wanting transparency, and clearly, let's just keep it at that. There's no need for this back and forth about pointing fingers of who's doing what and who's doing what. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Any more, John?
Few more. Give us 1 minute. Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I just wanted to call to comment about the City Council conversation that just happened regarding commissions. Councilmember Vienna kicked us off with promoting diversity on commissions, and I applaud you for that, Mr. Vienna, and I'm all aboard. But then you began proposing reducing the number of commission members, and things stopped making sense for me there. Several of the council members mentioned geographic diversity many times tonight, and about getting one commission member from each district whenever districts are formed. But I'd like to point out to the council that geographic diversity is not the only type of diversity that matters. There's cultural diversity, racial diversity, age diversity, and gender diversity, just to name a few. And I wholeheartedly doubt that 5 people can well represent our city of over 30,000. And I'm not saying that we need hundreds of people on commissions, but I think taking the number down is going the wrong direction if diversity of thought is what you're truly concerned about. You can't promote diversity and also reduce the number of commission members. There's a lot of talk about ethics training too. I think that sounds like a great idea, but I think based on the conversation I just heard, maybe diversity training might be appropriate too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Julie, and I am saying my name this time, but I would really like to be very direct about what's going on when people call into the meetings. If I were to use my name, which I have chosen not to do when I call in for several reasons, I prefer that Mayor Bedard does not announce who I am after I've made a comment. And one of the reasons that I prefer that he does not mention my name is that we've had an issue in the city with women being retaliated against with some of the base that follow Ryan Vienna. As a woman, it's very disturbing that many women in the city have experienced some of the things that I'm talking about right now. It's a very serious allegation, and I want people to understand that it's happening, and as a result, people are very hesitant to call in, which is just one of the indicators of what's going on. I've lived here over 40 years. The reason you're going to hear from me, not only tonight, but for the rest of the time that I live here, is because I've never, in the 40 years, ever seen anything like what's going on with our council at this very moment. Mr. Vienna vilifies people. His base listens. They react. Mr. Vienna referred to teachers and police officers and families in the city as a terrorist group. They are not. They are just people that disagree with him. Tonight he talked about a new newspaper that's come out in the city, replacing a newspaper in some ways that we had here called the San Dimas Community News. I used to be one of the people that wrote for that newspaper. I am now one of the people that writes for this newspaper because I feel it's really important for there to be a local newspaper. It's just one of the great things about San Dimas, that we are close, that we are open, and that we are interested. And for him to vilify freedom of speech this way, or the new publication that's being put out that's very ethical, is also part of his new MO. I believe that Ryan wants the seat that he thinks he can open for one of his friends, and I think he's looking at John's seat among the other seats that are going to be open. And I think the reason he slanders and vilifies John and his family is I believe that he thinks if he says things enough to his base, they will take that seat from him. It's unethical. He needs to have training. The city council needs to have training. This needs to stop.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Patrick Jones. I'm calling to unilaterally pretty much disagree with every caller that's called before me. So just to say that up front. The commissions, I don't agree with making them smaller. I think that 5 is the smallest you should be, and maybe 9 be the biggest or whatever. I disagree with Ms. Black in regards to tracking. They have these programs called Excel, and it's a spreadsheet problem. It shouldn't take a whole bunch of time to do that. Just disagree, sorry. As far as the nepotism issue, there's a lot of things that could happen that people can help and work on in the city of San Dimas that they don't have to be dealing with their dad or father-in-law. Mr. Ebner's been on the council for a while. Let him do his job and find something else to do in the city. We don't need the view of is there a bias? And if I were on a commission and I was sitting there with the daughter or the daughter-in-law of the council member that was involved with it, I would always question whether I'm being listened to or whether he's just taking her information. It just doesn't need to be that way. I don't understand the personal attacks on any of the council members. It's unnecessary, and it just seems like everybody's stacking the phones against this, and the city needs to move on. So I hope you keep the commissions going, and I totally and absolutely agree that there should be policies and procedures, and the commissions need to learn about Robert's Rules of Order. That's what everything is run by. And I spent 6 years on a commission, and not one person ever talked anything about Robert's Rules of Order. But that's what they function with. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. My name is Bob Olander, and I wanted to call in and tell you it's an honor for me to be on the Public Safety Commission, and I look forward to continue to serve on that commission. In my opinion, 5 members are not enough input from our community for that particular commission. And to your comment, Mayor Badar, I think over the years, the one thing I think we could have done better in at least public safety and maybe some of the others is people will be sick or they're on vacation, but in the past if people just didn't show up or didn't call in, then after the excused numbers when they weren't there, they should have received a letter so we could move on to people who were really committed that wanted to show up and serve on that commission. And I really think that would help on this quorum issue, and it would send the right message that if you're going to spend and ask to be interviewed and put on the commission, then you need to put the time in to do the work. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Janice Bartolo, and I currently have the distinct privilege of serving on the Park and Recreation Commission. As a matter of fact, at our last meeting, I was just voted to become the chairperson of the commission, so I feel quite honored to have received that vote of confidence. I would like to say that initially when I interviewed for the commission, I interviewed through a few different members of the City Council and the mayor, and I thought it was an excellent means of being selected for the commission because they were looking for some kind of expertise and a willingness to speak up and communicate and engage in lively debates, if you will, and or contribute to the commission, and I think I've been able to live up to that. And I think that is absolutely helpful. I do want to say I believe that serving on a commission allows for community engagement. I think it's vital in terms of helping with the departments, planning efforts, projects. Certainly it helps, I think, as far as communication with not only the community, but with the City Council as well as the staff. I know in recent times serving on the commission, we've had an opportunity to participate in budget study sessions with the council, project planning, assessment needs, urban forestry considerations. It's been extremely rewarding, and it really helps make you feel like you're taking part as far as assisting with the decision makers and becoming a stakeholder, very active in the community. And as John Ebner, as our liaison, had commented, you know, oftentimes opinions do differ on the board. We're certainly not all of one ilk. And yet I would tell you that it's nice to hear a difference of opinion and a balanced understanding, I think, of different people's perspective and views, and ultimately how I think it enhances the value of the final decisions. I would like to say, certainly I'd like to encourage everybody out there in the community to become more publicly involved. I think it's a way to pay back and give back to our community and very much have a significant contribution and an effort in a positive manner. What I did want to also mention is that I also serve, and it's an ad hoc committee through the Park and Recreation Department on the Urban Forestry Subcommittee. And I do think it helps just in generally when a person is applying for a commission to have some sort of knowledge or passion or expertise or something relative to maybe the commission that they're looking to get involved with, because I think that does make a difference as far as being able to effectively communicate and lend your expertise. The other thing I'd like to mention to the commission very quickly, or excuse me, to the council, is maybe I understand there's a discrepancy between the planning commission does receive a small stipend, and I mean very small, and I understand that.
Ma'am, thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Community Council. My name is Nadia Dimas, and I'm calling to speak on a few points. I'll try to be succinct. Basically, I like the idea of geographical districting, but I'm not sure that in light of what a previous caller said, I think expertise and background kind of plays a heavier role. I know what you guys are trying to get at as far as diversity goes, but I kind of think you have to have some background in order to serve your job well. And as far as reducing the number of the committee members, I'm not in favor of that. I think that we need to embrace technology to increase the odds of getting a quorum, and perhaps reduce the term from 3 2-year terms to 2 2-year terms for a total of 4-year commitment. And also, we spent so much time talking about engagement. We have qualified, engaged people willing to serve on the Parks and Rec Committee, and I think it's kind of a shame that we're discussing whether or not we can allow people who have really served the city well and increase community engagement and bar them outright on claims of nepotism. I agree with Councilmember Batone when he says that perhaps we're looking for a problem that doesn't exist in this matter. I believe that the Ebner family has increased transparency, and I would fully support letting them apply, and you all have to vote on it, so they might get in, they might not. I thank you all for your service, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi again, this is Isabel Ebener. I got cut off before I was able to say one thing to Mr. Vienna. You did
Mayor,
bring up the
Mayor,
San
the
Dimas
caller-
Post, and I wanted to mention, you implied that,
Thank
or
you.
stated that Phil and I were stakeholders.
Caller, you've already expired. Your time has already expired. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, I'm calling in follow-up to being cut off earlier. I would like to thank Mr. Oleander for his comments in regards to reducing the size of the members of the committees. It's probably not the best way to represent a large amount of people within our city. And then also Ms. Bartolo and her comments as a current member on the Parks and Recreation Committee and her thoughts regarding the
This
effective
caller has
communication.
also indicated that they've already called in on this item, so we only allow one comment per person per item.
Tell her. Did she already?
No, she's still on.
I would like to inquire about media and the interviewing comments and
Caller, I believe
discussion that was
You've
brought
already
up.
called in before and your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I am a 65-year-old resident of San Dimas. I've lived here almost 30 years, and I'm just taken aback by what I'm seeing happening here on the council. I need to say, very few people tune into these council meetings, but I'm sure that a lot of residents would be very opposed to some of the suggestions that Mr. Vienna is making about basically curtailing free speech. And I agree with what Mr. Ebner said about this becoming a politicized problem here in San Dimas. I come in contact with people every day, and when I talk to them about what I'm seeing happening on the city council meetings, they're shocked many times and really want to know more about what's going on. And from what I've learned about the people involved with the paper, that's basically what they're trying to do, is trying to make things more transparent and get more engaged people in our city, which is a good thing. I happen to have listened to Phil's interview and on the podcast, and it was excellent because it explained a lot of things, and it actually calmed, concerns that I had about the issue. And I'm asking you all if you even listened to that podcast. Are you making judgments about it before you've even, heard what it was? I'm just really concerned about what I'm seeing. And I can tell you that I see a lot of people walking by my house every day, and I talk to them about these things because I hope that more people get involved and find out what's really happening in our city so that we can keep it a good place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I'm calling to agree with Councilman Dennis Bertone that you are looking for a solution where there is no problem. The Parks and Rec Commission is not a quasi-judicial body like a city council or a planning commission. Nepotism is associated with a paycheck. There's no paycheck, and there's no decision-making power with the Parks and Rec Commissioner. Also, I want to let you know that it's very difficult to get through on the phone line. And I think that's limiting public comment. My call has gone into the city's automated system tonight multiple times trying to get through. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, hello. I wanted to say one thing, and that one thing I wanted to say is that although Beto's mouth is moving, or he's speaking, it's Ryan's hand that is moving.
He hung up. Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi there, this is Philip Ebener. I had a question about the commission issue. Since you are looking into all of the different policies right now, My question is why some commissions have term limits and some don't. I think, I don't know if there's a reason for that, but maybe that should get looked at, and maybe there should be a standard policy across the board so that, it could just be standard. We were called out multiple times. I'm getting tired of having to pay attention to these meetings because I know I'm going to get called out, but Mr. Ryan Vienna stated that my wife and I have a stake in this new newspaper that many community members seem to love. For the record, we don't have any ownership stake in this newspaper. It's owned by Evan Solano, a journalist and resident here in San Dimas. But we are contributors. I made a video for the last issue, and I'm making another one for the next issue that comes out in January. Isabel helps out writing as well and helps out with the writers. So stay tuned, and you'll get your copy in January at over a dozen local establishments. And just to clarify for the record, on the podcast interview I did with Isabel, I never claimed to be speaking on behalf of the commission or the subcommittee for the housing element. I actually, in fact, in the beginning stated that I wasn't an expert, but that I was just explaining what I had learned. And hopefully the goal was to allow more people in the community understand what was going on and further transparency. And I think that I succeeded with that goal based off of the feedback from a lot of people that I've heard. Even the mayor seemed to comment about it in the last city council meeting about how he appreciated it. So anyways, just wanted to call in. Mostly, the most important thing is with the term limits for commissions, if that could be standard. And I actually personally believe there should be term limits for all the commissions so that there can be fresh faces every decade or two. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Pam. I've lived in this city for 40 years, and I've watched the city council meetings for quite some time. I'm really disappointed in the inability to get along. I never saw that in the past, and it is very disappointing to see bickering and fighting among our city council members. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No more calls? I'll bring it back to the council. I just want to make a couple of comments here. One, to address Mr. Ebner's, Philip Ebner's comments about the commissions. There are term limits for every commission with the exception of the Planning Commission. And years ago, long before I was on the council, I'm not even sure if it was long before John or Dennis was on the council, the discussion came up about the training that's involved in the Planning Commission. It's an extreme amount of training to learn about land use issues, and to learn that over a period of time is very, very difficult. That there's lots and lots of different conferences you have to go to. I served on the Planning Commission for 13 years prior, and I got to tell you that it probably took me at least 6 years to really understand what I was tasked to do. These commissioners, the 5 commissioners, they have an extreme amount of reading to do, and there was as I understood, because I talked to Mayor Morris about it, there was a great deal of conversation about it, realizing that it took all that training. So that is the only commission that does not have term limits. And so I just wanted to make sure we cleared that up, that all the rest of the commissions have term limits. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the council.
Well, I think there was a lot of good comments that came in
from some of the folks. Obviously, as I presented it in the beginning, there was 4 points. I will say, in light of the comments that were made, I think someone suggested, it dawned on me that I don't know if it was Mr. Gonzalez or who, but one appointment may not be enough, and eventually, hypothetically, if we end up at districts, then 2 appointments for the 4 council members, I think would be conceptually doable with the mayor making 1 appointment. So that would give you 4 commissioners that are appointed by, 2, 4, 6, 8 commissioners appointed by the council members, and then the mayor would ultimately be able to make an appointment at large, if we were going to look at something like that. But I would propose, just for the purposes of getting through this quickly, maybe taking it in pieces. So I think there was consensus supporting the establishment of AB 1234 training, as well as tool set is what I put there, for Robert's Rules of Order training curriculum or program, as well as staff's recommendation, the inclusion of sexual harassment training to be provided to all committee members, commissioners, and appointees. Is there support on the council for that?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. So
Are we going to vote on these, or is this a consensus?
Sure, we can vote on each one of them quickly.
Okay.
But we have to do a roll call.
I think, John, did you have your hand up? I don't know. I thought I saw you.
No.
No.
No. But are we going to get this back as a policy to actually vote on? I know you want to. The idea is to give direction today and come back with an actual written policy.
That's what I would assume, John, is direction today, and
that's correct.
That we come back with a. I'm not sure it'll come back in right at the first council meeting in January, but I'll let the staff decide that.
Yeah. So I think the motion basically would
Donnie,
be.
okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So the motion clarifies the establishment of training for appointees, committee members, and commissioners serving in the city of San Dimas to provide them with specifically AB 1234 training, sexual harassment training, as well as basic participation training as it relates to Robert's Rules of Order and what have you. At a interval that staff sees appropriate, commensurate with the terms.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call.
Or
roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
aye.
Councilmember Viana,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Thank you. The second item was related to the establishment of a media policy. And in this light, I think it's for the city manager and city attorney to work together to bring back a media policy that specifically addresses interactions by appointees, committee members, and commissioners when they would be representing the city or the commission or committee in matters perhaps that had not yet been voted on. So I would make the motion for the establishment of a policy to be brought back to council in the near future addressing that issue for review, and then we would seek approval.
I'll second that one as well. There's a lot to unpack there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Discussion real quick.
Discussion?
Yeah, just that I'm not against the motion as it's framed. In light of all the other conversation that went into it, I'm a little concerned about. It's how far it's going to go. But I don't mind getting something before us, and we'll discuss it and vote on it when it actually is in writing and people can see what it is. My direction or my wish would be that it does not limit people's ability to speak on subjects, whether they're a member of the commission or not, and that they don't have to get clearance from the chair, the staff member, the city manager, or anything else before they talk to somebody outside the city. So that's just I'm not sure where it will end up, but that's just my 2 cents at this point. And so I'll vote in favor of getting a policy back, but that's just, we'll see if it has those elements in it or not.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I agree with John that I think it should be clear, at least as a motion maker, my intent is the spirit of the motion is not to suppress John's point. It's to really make it clear that if someone goes and just does an interview and never mentions the city or that their role, and it could be construed that they're speaking on behalf of the city, it's no issue. Talk to your blue in the face. But if it can be construed that it's somehow an official communication or position of the city, I think that's where we're not saying it can't be done. We're just saying that it needs to be conferred with staff, I think would be the spirit of the policy.
Dennis, you have anything?
It was just treading on a very thin line here. I'll vote in favor of it, but when it comes back, I'm going to be looking at it very carefully. That's all.
And I absolutely agree with Dennis. I think it's good that we have a policy. We've never had a policy, and there hasn't, to my knowledge, there really hasn't ever been a problem. But, if we're, cleaning up things and we're trying to make it, to address the commissioner's handbook, I think it would be a good opportunity. And I think that the city attorney and the staff knows what at least 3 of the council people here are looking for, and I'm sure it's actually all 5 council members. So could I have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me.
The answer is yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Yes.
That carries by 5-0 vote.
All right, and so for the last 2 items, the first one would be to request staff to bring back a report that would examine the restructuring of commissions with a timeline to the configuration of 2 appointments per each council member and 1 appointment by the sitting mayor to each of the respective commissions, and based off of a suggestion from the community, as it relates to term limits and terms, that those would be converting terms to 2-year terms maximum. I don't know if there's support or amendments or anything like that for that.
So when that came up in public comment, I was kind of thinking to myself that I was in favor of 2-year terms. Then, the thought crossed my mind that perhaps there should be some sort of way for us to take into account if there's no interest. So, for instance, if we have somebody that's been on a commission for 4 years and they're driven and motivated and they want to get stuff done, and there's no other people that have applied for it, I don't necessarily think we should, just right out of the bat say, sorry, you're termed out. I understand that there's a line to tread there, but it's just something that popped in my head. Like, we're having, if we have trouble getting interest drummed up for these particular commissions, then we might be shooting ourselves in the foot by excluding somebody just because they've been there for 4 years.
I'd be supportive.
May I make a suggestion on that? So Eric, I think you're right on point there. Sometimes it takes commissioners a little while to even get used to the position, and then to rise to the level of a chair. You're often not going to get there in 2 years or so. What we probably could do anyway, and I would include all the commissions in this, is that, right now it's almost like automatic. If somebody says, and probably not many of you remember, but there was one appointee a long time ago who got in on a 3-2 votes. It wasn't unanimous, and so it could happen the other way too, where they were declined. But maybe we need to take a closer look at that third term. So still have the term limit as three 2-year terms, but instead of just automatically saying the person can get on, we should probably kind of say, well, generally it's 4 years, 2-year terms. Maybe you can have that third term, but we're really going to look at it. And I know that's hard to do for us to actually say, no, you can't be on it again. But I'm just trying to think that sometimes, to Eric's point, you just need that third term. That's all. And so I'm not sure about that. We could discuss it further, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't think that you're off base with that, and I think that'd be reasonable to entertain it at least. I know it might not be the norm to tell somebody that they have to reapply for their own commission spot that they've already gotten, but if it was worded in such a way that it was 2-year terms with a ability to apply for an extension for a third or something like that, I think that might work out.
Yeah, I would have no issue with that, and I would support, or I would make a motion that staff brings back a report that essentially looks at the timeline it would take to transition to such a setup, whatever that ends up being, where each council member has 2 appointments for two-year terms. The mayor has 1 at-large appointment, or we're all at large actually until we go to districts, and maybe some language that actually addresses that. And to John and Eric's point, that we should have some sort of language that does indicate, because let's just say we're in districts and perhaps you don't have someone that you can't find another applicant perhaps. So there could be a need for a third term. So staff figure out a way to come up with some language that essentially says if we have I would think if we had no other applicants, and if there was no other applicants on file and we've advertised the posting and the only person that's expressed interest is the sitting commissioner, that council should have the discretion to appoint for a third term. But council always has the discretion, I imagine, right, Jeff?
That's right. Another thing that sometimes is made the rule is that a sitting commissioner can just continue to serve until someone is appointed to replace them, even if it's past their term. But I'm just throwing that out there as something to consider. And we can bring back all these options when we bring back the item.
Yeah, if nobody's opposed to that, then I would be open to the staff bringing back the options for council to consider.
Yeah, that works for me.
I'll agree to the options, but I want to see it more, because if I had to vote positive tonight, I don't know that I could. But I would be willing to listen to the options. I said it's the way Ryan's configuring this, all the commissions would actually stay the same. John's would gain 1. Dennis's would still have his 9. Equestrian Commission would now grow. They have a hard time getting to 5, and now it's going to grow to 9. Okay, Ryan's Public Safety Commission, which I truly believe is overpowered, too many people. That would make it 8 plus 1 is 9. Plus we have the 2 individuals from the sheriff's civilian board, okay, which I've always been migrated into that, and I certainly wouldn't want to move, them off of that plan. So now we really have dropped that one person. So I'd really like to see how it works out. I have to agree that I don't believe that 5 commissioners, I don't think that's fair to the other 4. I think there's a lot of stuff to be done, and good work is always constantly being done. So I'd like to see how it's played out on paper, and then I could feel better about it. But right now, the only commission I see that's going to drop somebody is 1, and the commissions are going to grow. So, but I do agree that I like the 2-year terms, and with the option of getting a 3rd-year term, if that's the way it works out. But I'm not sure how that works out on paper and how we do it. And I'll go back to one thing, is that there was a time, as John and Dennis will be able to attest, the Planning Commission, there was a time that the council decided that they were going to reevaluate and re-interview the Planning Commission, and it was a revolution because they had spent all this time learning this stuff, and now they're going to interview for their current jobs, and it just caused a lot of grief and a lot of problems. And we had an old timer who was in real estate that really wanted to go fisticuffs with everybody, and the reality is council decided that it was better to just leave it the way it was. So that's my concern. I could not vote on it tonight if I had to vote on it, but I would be willing to review what you guys present. Okay? Can you vote, please?
Oh, just a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I am in favor of looking at the term limits, and I, like you, Emmett, I'd like to see the options and see them on paper, and we can discuss them better that way. I also am looking forward to seeing what the appointment, what that plays out like in a discussion where it's actually presented on paper. However, I can't vote in favor of the entire motion because I am not, at this time anyway, in favor of council-only appointees for reasons that I already stated. So I'll be voting against this particular motion.
Okay, and as I said, that's why I want to see how it is written in paper. Then we'll go to this. So by no means take it that I'm 100% in favor of council appointees or to stay where we're at right now. I want to see how it works out. I understand Ryan's concerns on it, but I also understand John's, and I just I'm a little bit confused in my mind what I think is the right way to do it.
Yeah, and I should clarify too, at least if it helps at all ease any concerns. I'm not necessarily advocating for straight appointments, no process or anything like that. That's not what I'm advocating for. What I am advocating for is that if we look at the current process, and I guess we could flush out what appointment means and how that works. In my mind, people submit their applications, and then we go through and interview whatever it is, whoever's time it is for whatever seats it is, and then you select your candidates. It's just the interviewing panel would be whoever's appointment opportunity it was for a specific commission. So I'm not saying, John, you pick whoever and I pick whoever off the street, and that's the way that works. I still think that we need to have a fair and equitable process for people to apply. I'm just advocating in the context that appointments should be done in a structured fashion, but allows you to interview someone for public safety and make an appointment, me to go for Parks and Rec and make an appointment, Dennis, etc. So that's what I'm getting at. I'm not in favor of no process, pick your crony and be done with it. I don't think that's the way it should be at all.
And just for clarification as well, the motion was just for staff to bring something back to us to look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the spirit of the motion?
Can you vote? Vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone?
No.
Councilmember Ebner?
No.
Councilmember Viana?
Yes.
Councilmember Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
It's a conditional yes.
That passes with a 3-2 vote.
Okay, thank you. And the last item is for staff to research and bring back the establishment of or the revision of the city's nepotism policy to be expanded to include the relationships between city council members and appointees, commissioners, committee members, etc., and to flush out and research the degrees that, research other cities that have the policy specifically that do apply, and there are cities that have policies that address unpaid positions, and bring that back for council consideration.
I wouldn't mind talking about that as well. Again, I think I touched on that earlier, that I think it's kind of wild that as it is right now, theoretically speaking, a relative of mine could be hired by the city as an employee, it seems, and, it's something worth looking at, I think.
So that's the second?
Yeah.
Okay, let's discussion.
I'll just agree with Dennis. It's a solution in search of a problem. With that said, I look forward to seeing what is brought back. At this time, I'm going to vote no, but if it's reasonable. For example, the current policy is a disclosure requirement, and then recusal if financial benefit or interest is involved. So that's a lot different than outright prohibition. So I'll look forward to seeing what it is. Disclosure is one thing, prohibition is another. But I'm open to discussing that. At this time, however, I will vote no.
I just would offer, for discussion's sake, that if by next, I think December 25th or 29th or 30th, if my wife applies for Planning Commission or Public Safety, and my mom applies for Parks and Recreation, and my dad applies for Equestrian, I think there'd be a much different discussion and phone calls. So I hear exactly what you're saying, but I do think that the policy, the establishment of a policy, is best practice and good practice. And so I do hope we can get something that is equitable and addresses this issue.
Dennis? Okay, I believe that the staff needs to flush this out a little bit. I'm going to vote in favor of it. I just have my own philosophical problem with appointing somebody that's a relative. And as I told you guys in the beginning, my daughter has asked many times, and many times I've told her no, it just doesn't pass that smell test. And just to address one of the things that was said earlier in the discussions, I absolutely 100% tell anyone that I talk to get involved. Apply for a commission, get involved. But there's many, many ways of getting involved. There's a lot that we can do in this community. All of these commissions have things that are happening. I hate to point out that, and I don't hate to point out, I got to take that back. I want to acknowledge the fact that community involvement got us to where we're at today with PSQ, the Pioneer Square project. Okay? Some young people took it on themselves. They sold the product. They convinced the council that certain things were done right, and they took community involvement to the next level. And that's what I'm saying is there's lots of ways to become involved and not necessarily sit on a commission where there's a problem. I'm quite sure that if we got down line and just motion failed eventually, is that there would be some concerns about who's sitting on the interview board for a particular commission with a relative applying. Okay? I'm not sure that I know we could get by that, get around it, but if we don't have it and we don't have to worry about it and it's in the policy manual, I think it's just a time for discussion.
And if I could just offer too, I think here is a particular crossroads that we could decide whether we want to do something more with these commissions in the future. So one of the things that I talked about earlier is that it seemed like the commissions were, a great resource that were potentially underutilized. And if we wanted to tap into the commissions more to get even further involved in the city, rather than just being a way to push information out to the public, then I think this is something to look at. As it is right now, where we're just pushing information out to people, I don't know that it's really that big of a deal because the commissions aren't empowered. But I think the point of talking about this topic as a whole is to institute some change within the commissions and hopefully empower them and make them a better tool for the city as a whole. So I think that's why I kind of want to revisit it as well.
And I just wanted, sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to build on what Eric said, that when we get out of the community's way sometimes, great things happen. I think CERT is a testament to that members of the community got involved, they built it, they took it well beyond where I think some had expectations. And not only did they do all that, when it was all said and done, they actually deployed and actually were used in real life. And that's something that we supported. And so I agree that I think there's a opportunity to turn the tide a little bit, give them the tools, empower them, and be able to. I've watched council meetings in other cities where council refers things to the commissions and has it brought back. I'd love to get to that place maybe in 2021.
All right, vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
No.
Councilmember Ebner.
No.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Conditional yes.
Passes with a 3-2 vote.
Yeah, I want to wait to pass final judgment for myself until I see how it's all written down. And but if we can't go forward with, I'll never see it written. So,
Mayor, can I just comment really quick? I just want to thank all of you, John, everyone, for the discussion. Not easy conversations to have. Frankly, I thought about this quite a bit, obviously, which is why I had all the notes and what have you. But uncomfortable, but necessary. So I appreciate everybody's patience and getting this out. I know we had a big agenda. Thank you.
Right, one of the things we didn't talk about and stuff is we have these commissions that have openings on them, and so I'm hoping that all of this stuff can come back the first opportunity so we can fill these positions. Parks and Rec are pretty hamstring right now, but unfortunately they can't meet anyway, other than Zooming. But if we can get this back to us as soon as possible, staff, so that we can resolve this and we can get these commissions back up and running, I think that's would only be a good thing for everybody involved.
Emmett, the Parks and Rec Commission is the only one that can't meet. I was wondering if maybe we could appoint 2 members and therefore they could meet, because they really need to be involved more than, I'm trying to think, more than almost any other commission. They do discuss programs and capital improvements that are going to be part of the budget. And to everybody's point about getting input from these commissions, they do provide good they provide recommendations that the council can take. And we're always talking about, with the Planning Commission, all those meetings we've had together with them, well, we want them to be involved and to to know what we're talking about and give their input. The Parks and Rec Commission can't even meet now. And so I was wondering if we could just go and appoint 2. That would get them up to 5 members, I believe, and they need 4 for a quorum.
How many people do we have that's applied now?
We have 6 applications for Parks and Recreation as of Monday.
And did you
And it closes on the 31st of December.
John, I got to tell you, I have really no objection to that. I do think it's a little bit skewed the wrong way, because we don't really know how that ending vote is on this nepotism issue. So it takes, unfortunately, it takes Isabel out of that thing, and I'm not sure that's fair to her until this discussion's over with. But I would, if you want to do something about appointing 2 and everybody understands that, you and I can get together and we can make this happen.
Right. And 2 things. Number 1, the recommendation is from you and me, if assuming you're going to be the other interviewer. And I don't think there was ever a time where Mayor Morris and I didn't have a consensus on who to appoint. And sometimes it boils down to, oh yeah, I like that person, you like that person, let's get them both on. But yeah, so you were definitely have a veto, if you want to say that, at the interview process itself. So I'm just thinking we just need those couple members so the commission can get rolling, and then that brings them to 5, and that doesn't prevent us from going some other path, regardless of what I think about which that path should be. But it just gets us rolling, and then the council has to vote on those members as well. So that's the other thing.
That's right. So
I'm supportive of it, provided that we finish the filing period. So if you do the interviews following the close of the filing period, then I'd be supportive of that.
Oh, yeah, always wanted to do that.
I do have a question, though, in regards to Isabel. Would John, would he be doing the interview with her?
That's the question, Mark. I don't, that's why I'm saying I'm not sure that isn't tainted because she applied and she doesn't have the opportunity, because we don't know about that. So that's a little bit, I don't know how, John, you want to address it, but
I think that'd be up to Councilmember Ebner to decide whether he wants to participate in that interview. I don't see it as being a legal conflict of interest. But this is a discussion that we're having right now about something that's not on the agenda. So
okay, but if Isabel was going to apply, or she has applied, and she was going to be interviewed, isn't it unfair that John's not there to listen to the other people, or is it unfair to them by having him, I just don't see how he can, if she's still in the mix, I can't see how he can sit on any of the other interviews.
My plan all along was to recuse myself from that interview. So I'm not sure if that makes it a one-person interview, Emmett, with you. And I'm not even sure what Isabel's plans are. As she said, came as a surprise to me. I really am not involved with what they're doing politically.
We seem to having lots of surprises here lately. So the reality is I'm just concerned for the fairness of Isabel's interview. That's what I'm concerned with.
Maybe the rest of the council can delegate to you and me to talk about it, talk with Deborah, and see if the commission applicants are all still interested for the 2 positions we're filling at this point.
I was actually probably going to suggest just that same thing. This might be a discussion better offline between John and the mayor, I guess.
I have no objection if Dennis?
No objection.
Ryan?
I think the whole even purpose for the policy discussion, is to preclude or to not have this exact moment in time that we're having right now with such great consternation trying to figure out whether it is or is not appropriate. That being said, just being blunt, I would exclude Isabel's application if she doesn't exclude herself potentially, and you guys figure out the appointments until this matter's resolved. There's enough positions that I think we should resolve the decision on whether or not it's appropriate or not, that there's still an opportunity for her to be appointed. I wouldn't have a problem if you guys move forward with that until council collectively decided the one issue, which she still would have an opportunity for appointment if it's decided that it's permissible.
We haven't decided that issue. Right now, the rules are what they are. And I think that Emmett and I can talk about it and we're a subcommittee. There's lots of times there's subcommittees where other council members might want to know what's going on and want to talk to them and give their input. But I think if you let Emmett and me work it out, I think we could work it out. And if we can't work it out, we won't. It'll just be on hold.
Yeah, I'm not supportive. Unfortunately, last subcommittee, John, didn't work out too well with you and your colleague on the council. So, I'm not supportive. I would then rather wait until filing period closes. We get back to that first report meeting in January. A decision's made the second week, and then, as we discussed at the last council meeting, proceed with the interviews, knowing the decision at the second interview in January that allows you to make the February meeting, which is when I think the next commission meeting is scheduled. Is that correct?
January is the normal meeting, but we moved it to February, as stated at the last meeting.
Would that timeline work for you guys in terms of this, even if not all the other stuff's done, just this specific one issue? Could we have that in the first meeting in January?
Well, let me ask the city attorney if a motion is in order here, or is this not part of the agenda?
This is a discussion that's not on the agenda, so we should not really be discussing.
Okay,
the council already voted, I believe, at the last meeting to postpone the entire process until the revisions had been made to the...
All right, with that being said, I guess that our last vote counts because this isn't on the agenda. So we'll proceed as we'll wait and get back this information, and when we get the information back, then we'll decide which direction we're going to go. I think that I don't think anybody thought that this was going to last 4 hours, but it did. And our whole goal here is to get the best commissions we can get, and to work together as a community to get to there, and to see how this council can start coming together somehow and start doing this, the business of the city. And right now it seems like we're a little bit separated, and I'm concerned. Okay, let's move on. No, we're not going to move on. We're going to take a 5 to 7 minute break. Okay, we'll reconvene the city council meeting. Okay, item 4B, review of public noticing requirement for development projects and land use planning application, review with public outreach, noticing and conducting a upcoming city council agenda item and specific plan 23 zoning amendment. We are going to continue this item till the first meeting in January. Subsequently, that would make the meeting in probably the first or second meeting in February to consider SB 23, like the other options. So we're going to move on to item C, which is a review and approve CDBG, Small Business Grants Program. Staff?
This Mayor, City Council, Senior Analyst Ann Garcia is going to address this item.
How do you turn this on? It is? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Ann Garcia, Senior Administrative Analyst.
I can barely hear you if it's on. Now you're beating it.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Ann Garcia with Senior Administrative Analyst in the Administration Department. Tonight we have in front of you a request to create a new program under the 2020-2021 CDBG program year. The public hearing is for a proposed new program to be added to our current CDBG funded programs for 2020-2021. Currently, we have the Housing Rehab Program and the Youth Scholarship Program. The city usually has a limited allocation of CDBG funds that are funded and allocated to cities by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and are administered through the Los Angeles County Development Authority, LACTA. Projects funded with CDBG must meet at least one of the national objectives of the CDBG program, including benefiting low and moderate income persons, addressing slum or blight, or meeting a particular urgent community development need. As a result of suspending our CDBG program for the 2019-2020 program year due to COVID, we have some unexpended funds that we can program to our current 2020-2021 program year. Staff felt that with COVID and its challenges that it raised with our businesses, that creating a new business assistance program would be appropriate. The new program is a small business assistant grant program, and this new program would include two activities: a microenterprise assistance and a special economic development activity with $50,000 allocated to each. A microenterprise assistant program will assist businesses with a maximum of 5 staff, including the owner or less. The special economic development activity will assist small businesses with less than 25 employees, including the owner, with at least one low-mod employee employed in that business. The program can provide a maximum amount of $5,000 grant to our businesses that fall within the eligible business categories. The program would help businesses that are currently allowed to open and operate. We were able to design the program to address the best use of funds like assistance for rent, inventory, business and marketing expenses. With the health department and the state requiring special requirements in order to open or continue operating, businesses must pivot from what they usually do to a new way of doing business. By creating a small business assistance program to help our businesses impacted by COVID pandemic, they may be able to retain their employees and stay in business. To be considered for funding, a completed application is required. Businesses must meet all the eligibility requirement and criteria and provide all the required information. They must also have a current business license and provide a description of how they will use the funds. This concludes my presentation, and we'll answer any questions. Thank you.
You know, I have one question, and maybe I misunderstood.
Sure.
Under the new health code and the state's regulations, I understood you to say they needed to be able to stay open under those regulations. Okay, our restaurants are not capable of staying open under their regulations. So, you know,
They can stay open with doing takeout.
okay.
So they can do takeout, so they can use the funds to purchase capital, purchase takeout, supplies.
Yeah, it just sounded originally like that was a whole segment of our community that weren't allowed to do this, but thank you.
Right.
And these are grants, they're not
These
loans.
are grants, not loans.
Okay.
They're grants.
And do we have a dollar figure on how much that we're,
It's a $5,000 grant.
right, $5,000, what's the total amount that we're
It's
borrowing?
$100,000 towards the program itself, so there'll be $50,000 for the micro enterprise and $50,000 for the special economic development. If we get more applicants under the micro enterprise, we can transfer funds from the special economic development program into that one, so that we can take care of all the applicants that come in.
But our total fund is $100,000.
Is $100,000.
All right, I'm sorry.
I have a question. Under recommendations, you said hold a public hearing. When would that public hearing be?
The public hearing is today on whether we posted a public hearing.
So this is the public hearing?
This is the public hearing.
This is the public hearing.
Well, when we open it up for phone calls.
Okay.
Correct.
And I just wanted to, one, compliment you on your masks. Very nice, very
thank you
festive.
very much.
Two, I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I appreciate the thought that went into this, especially in light of the pandemic. I know a number of the businesses are struggling, and I appreciate the fact that we can find something useful to do. I also appreciate the clarification on being able to move funding, because I know there are some micro enterprises and the special economic development activities too. Do we know how many, like, have we identified anybody yet, or do we kind of have an idea roughly of what businesses we have in the city that qualify for one or the other?
Well, we've done
Potentially.
some outreach. We did outreach during the Gold Line community meetings. So we did speak to our downtown area along San Dimas Avenue and Bonita. So they are aware that this was potentially coming up, and they are interested. They've been calling. We've had like Italian restaurant calling. We've had the dojo, the karate. So they're looking for like PPE equipment and supplies and things like that. So
there is awareness.
There is awareness, and they've been calling in.
But how is, I realize that, we're talking about our downtown area.
Right.
But we have many outlying businesses, small restaurants that are, mom and pop restaurants, that how are we getting the information out to them? Because if you only got 20 of these at $5,000 a piece, and now you're telling me you only have 10 in one version and 10 in another, the downtown area is going to, they're going to swallow them up. And these people that's, little mom and pop restaurants throughout the city, little other businesses, it kind of seems like we haven't figured out how to get that information out to everybody.
Well, we have communicated with the Chamber of Commerce. So they've been, they're ready to distribute the information to all their chamber members. We're also putting it on our website. And our social media will be doing some,
When will these applications be available? Because I got to tell you, I've had 3 or 4 businesses call me,
Right.
and I said, I can't tell you how the council's going to vote tonight, but if I was you, I'd be standing at the front counter at 7 o'clock on Wednesday morning. Are those applications going to be available for these people? Because
Yes.
it is going to be a race to get here first.
Right. And today I finalized the flyer that will be going out, that we'll post in different locations. The application is complete, so we can upload it first thing in the morning. And it would, they'll have access to all of that. We'll have also copies at the front desk as they arrive.
So in the morning, when
everything's
people start showing up, we're not going to send them off, go bye-bye and come back later on. We're going to be prepared for them.
I have them all
I
set.
hate to tell you that at midnight, but.
No. No, I did complete the applications and all the forms. They're all set. We just need to make the copies and put them at the front desk. I didn't want to make copies now in case there were any changes that you guys wanted to get done on it, but they will be available first thing if you guys approve the program. We can move forward.
All right. Council, I'm sorry I've taken so much time. Any other questions?
I was just curious, we have a number of businesses in the creative growth districts, and a lot of them are either minority owned or they're just starting out micro enterprises. Have we done some outreach to those folks as well?
We've done, like the downtown area is a big part of our creative growth area.
Mm-hmm.
So we did do a lot of outreach to everyone along that whole area.
And south San Dimas Avenue?
From Walnut to Cataract. Did we go all the way? Yeah. And then north and south on San Dimas Avenue, from Arrow to Bonita.
South side of the street, Arrow Highway. What about Allen Avenue?
We didn't go in that direction. We just went to the Goal Line outreach area. But, we can post and, like I said, do that.
I know there's a brewery off of
on Allen,
and I know they've been struggling a little bit with all of this. So if someone could at least make them aware, I'd appreciate that.
Of course.
All right. Any other questions? We'll open this up for any callers from community that would like to ask questions about this. Please give us a call on at City Hall. Numbers on the TV screen. Oh, I'm sorry, John, I didn't ask you.
No, that's okay. I would have spoken up. I don't have any questions. It sounds like a great program. I'll say more about that after the public hearing.
All right.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Gil Gonzalez. My concern is that the original money for CDBG comes from the federal government, HUD, Housing Urban Development. And my understanding about this is that it was to provide housing for low-income people. And what I'm concerned is that what you're doing now for business type of thing, I'm not against it, is whether it violates that. That's one question, the rules and requirements that are written by HUD, because my experience has been anytime there's any CDBG money that goes to people, they cannot get it to replace the roof if they've built patios and other things. Those illegalities or those violations have to be done first. So that's one question, whether we're altering the HUD requirements. The second thing under HUD is that we have to, I don't know, annually or biannually report to the federal government or to our local not HUD, but our housing authority, that we are providing help to people. So there's 2 points. Number one, the reports are made. Number two, I thought it was for housing. And then the third thing, you say that the money's going to go to the owner of the property. In other words, most of the places that are not making money can't pay their rent. So if you're going to give them money for rent, I don't think it should go to the owner of the building. It should go to the business. There's that guy that owns the building where Roadies is. Look up at the shutters. I mean, I think there's some shutters up there that are hanging by one nail. There's some that are broken out. There's one where he's got cardboard covering a window. How can we give Roadies money when the owner of the property is in violation of the building code? What if there's some brick buildings, that are in violation of the building code. I don't think it should go to the owner of the property. It should go to the business. The question whether or not we're creating something that's in violation of low-cost housing for people. What's the total amount that we have in CDBG, and this 100,000? What's going to be the bottom line? What are they taking out of it? And whether or not we followed the regulations for HUD.
Okay, I'll answer that, Gail.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Okay.
And could you respond to that?
I'll respond to that, yes. Okay, so the funds that get funded through HUD, they go through our LACTA, Los Angeles County Development Authority, and the CDBG funds can go towards, like I said, the national objectives, which are benefiting low and moderate income persons, addressing slum and blight, and meeting a particular urgent community need. Everything needs to get approved through our LACTA representation people, the program. So this was all approved. It met their guidelines, which if it's a micro enterprise, the owner of the company has to meet the low or mod income guidelines. They have to meet those guidelines. So that's meeting that point. If it's a special economic development program, then one of their employees from that company has to be a low to mod employee. So that's how we're meeting those guidelines through HUD, through this funding. It doesn't have to go to a housing. It can go to, like I said, any of those 3 points, benefiting a low mod person or people, addressing slum, and addressing a community need. So this program meets a community need, and it's also going to meet the low mod guidelines.
So it's going to help the businessman that's renting a building or a facility to keep his business going.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and if they decide, the business, when they apply, if they decide that they're going to use the funds towards paying their rent, then yes, that portion of the funds does go towards the landlord for him. If it's going towards working capital, business expenses, that will go towards the business owner. So that's the way those programs work. They go directly to the property owner for the landlord to pay for the business's rent, or it goes to the business owner for business expenses and capital that they need.
It's their choice.
It's their choice, correct.
Okay.
And the other question was, I didn't write it
I
down.
believe it was the reports that you
The
bring this
reports.
back annually.
So for CDBG, we report quarterly, and then we do an annual report. So every quarter, we'll go back for the businesses for this program. We'll go back within 3 months. Did they retain a low mod employee if it was a special economic? Or we'll go back on reporting, are they still in business? Are they still operating? So we have to go back to the business afterwards. After we fund them, we go back and we check and report on that to CDBG on our quarterly reports, and then at the end of the year, the annual report. So that gets reported.
All right, thank you, Ann. I just one question, just to answer a question that was come to me. How often do we give these reports? How often do you have to report back to HUD or whoever you have to do it?
Well, we report to the LACDA, and it's quarterly. So 4 times a year, and then at the end of the year, after June 30th, we'll do the whole annual. So we'll give a full report on the whole thing.
So
But
quarterly and then once annually.
It's quarterly and then annually.
All right, thank you. Okay, do we have any more calls? We have 2 more calls.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Cynthia Williams. I own Old Town Antiques in San Dimas. Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Cindy.
Hello? Hi. Hi, my name is Cynthia Williams. I own Old Town Antiques in San Dimas, right downtown. I'd like to say thank you to Ann. She was very helpful. She came and walked around and spoke to us, and I appreciate your information. We really need some help. We were closed, and we need to be able to pay our bills. We are now open, but basically we've been impacted because people are staying home and out of work. We're looking at Bonita being closed down for the Gold Line for basically 1 year. That means traffic cannot flow through there, and it's going to be very difficult for people to come and shop in our businesses. It's essential that we receive some kind of grant to pay our rent and keep our doors open. We really need the help from the city. I greatly appreciate the fact that you guys are addressing this, but we are small businesses. I'm a minority female owned. I've had the business 28 years. On Friday is my 28th anniversary in the city of San Dimas. I'm also a homeowner here, and we're really counting on you guys to give us some kind of relief during the year that we're going to be closed. I know that there's other businesses on Arrow and small businesses that are being impacted, but their street's not being closed. Our street is being closed for 1 year to build that bridge. So I really impress on you that if there's any way you guys can get this done for us, I really appreciate it. And thank you so much, council members, for addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other calls? One other call?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, so this is Amanda yet again. I was actually calling just because I'm not a business owner in the larger level. I do my own at-home business, but I did want to thank the city, and that means everybody on the council, all of the staff, everybody that is working so hard to find these grants and find the support for our businesses. I happen to have quite a few friends whose businesses are located here in the city, and they've been shut down numerous times. It's been very stressful for them and their families because many of them didn't qualify for unemployment as people would think they would, but they didn't. It was just very confusing for them, and it was very frustrating. So I just really wanted to thank the city and the staff and Mrs. Garcia for putting aside all the time, doing all this research, and doing all this work to reach out to our businesses that are really struggling during this unprecedented time. I also kind of wanted to, kind of second Vienna's concern in regards to the reach of who has been notified. I know we do have a lot of businesses here on Bonita, and I did hear Cindy's call about the concern over Bonita being closed. But we do have a lot of businesses throughout this whole city that are not there on Bonita. That's actually a very small portion of our city businesses. I would highly recommend sharing among other, Facebook groups and social media and using that as an outlet. I know a ton of the business owners, including Cindy, are in those groups, and they use it to advertise their business for local. I think that would be a really great outlet for the city to use to have somebody share into the group or whatnot. But again, I do want to say thank you. Our businesses definitely need as much help as they can get. So that's it. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more? One more? John?
Give me 1 minute. No more callers.
All right, let's move on. Bring it back to the council for questions.
No questions, but this is a great program. You did a good job here explaining it. And the only problem is it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's
We
not
can do
enough.
what we can.
I think it wouldn't matter how much we had. We couldn't
be enough.
We couldn't, fill the void that's out there. And unfortunately, but as most of the community will say, at least we're doing something and we're trying. And I see these small businesses. I probably talk to half a dozen to 10 a day who call me saying, help.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's nothing. They want you to open up the restaurants, and then when they heard that the judge today said, yeah, you guys can open up the businesses, the restaurants, except that he said, that's for LA County, and we can't overrule the state. So they all had this real heart that this was going to work, and just to be, dampered. So, Eric, any questions?
No, it's a fantastic program.
John?
Oh, yeah, I just want to say that this is, as you say, not nearly enough, but we're trying. And as Cynthia mentioned, and as Amanda talked about, people she knew, and just a lot of the businesses are struggling. I mean, you can just tell. And talking to them, you can tell. And really appreciate Ann's work on this and redirecting the CDBG funds to this purpose. It'll help. And thank you very much. That's all.
Ryan?
I just echo John's comments, and I think, I appreciate Amanda Lee's comments as well, that I think businesses are throughout the city. I mean, the more I thought about it, I'm past Allen now and I'm on Foothill. So, I know outreach can be difficult in something like this. I don't know if it's possible to leverage our business license database, perhaps to send an email for anyone that we have on file, maybe, that this is going out there to anyone who might qualify, but that might be one idea to try and get as many as possible while not having a huge print cost. But
I looked under the Excella form to see, and not everybody put their emails. So it's just onesie twosies that have emails. So I did look into that.
Maybe that's something just as a housekeeping issue that maybe we can do some outreach through the first or second quarter of next year, or with our business license renewal, perhaps when we reconstitute that, to get people to add this, because I think right now is one of those unique times that it would have been very helpful to have had that. But nevertheless, thank you so much. Great work. And I think it's this innovative kind of thinking that needs to continue so that we can continue to assist, as Ms. Williams pointed out. There's going to be, I think, a greater need come next year as well.
Thank you.
And I just want to echo and you know what I think. You've done a heck of a job, you and your staff. We got you going in 20 different directions, trying to keep our housing element going and all these other things. And thank you for the job well done here. And I'll be opening it up for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Move approval.
A vote there.
I second it.
Eric, he's second at most things today.
Is there a trophy for that?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone?
Yes.
Excuse me, Deborah, I think we need to read the title. Sorry to interrupt.
Resolution 2020-66.
Thank you, John.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, authorizing the allocation of funds toward a new activity from the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, funds for fiscal year 2020 through 2021.
Move we waive further reading and adopt.
Second.
Vote, please.
Mayor Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Yes.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
No, thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you very much. And I'm quite sure the community thanks you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item D, review and approve waste management request for a rate increase.
Yeah, Mayor and City Council, Administrative Analyst Lauren Marshall is going to present this item.
Okay, hang on.
Just real quick, Deborah, I just noticed on the agenda, that resolution that we just read was 2020-67.
Yeah, there was a typo in the resolution.
It's supposed to be
number.
66?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Lauren Marshall. As Brad said, I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Public Works Department. And tonight I'm bringing forward to you the Waste Management's requested solid waste adjustment for calendar year 2021. Can we adjust Councilmember Ebner? Thank you. Okay, so the rate structure is a little bit different than what you saw last year. This year's rate increase falls into two categories. The first is the residential and commercial bin services, which is based on, one, the ratio of consumer price index, or CPI, also known as the service component, and number two, the disposal component based on landfill and disposal costs. The CPI information was obtained from the United States Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. The disposal component is based upon the actual increase of the disposal costs for each of the disposal or transfer facilities used and weighted based upon the percentage of waste disposal at each landfill facility monthly. The requested rate increase for the residential and commercial bin services when weighted is 5.67%. The calculation is at the table above. The second component of the proposed rate increase is what is called an extraordinary cost adjustment requested by Waste Management originally in their letter in 2019 when they also requested the 2020 rate adjustment. As I mentioned, the second category that goes into determining the extraordinary cost or the overall 2021 rate increase has to do with the 2019 letter served to the city by Waste Management in 2020, or for the 2020 increase. In this letter, Waste Management provided notice to the city that they are experiencing extraordinary costs due to the added cost of recycling and the decrease in the value of recycled commodities. The letter of notification stated that Waste Management is seeking an extraordinary increase specifically to recover the increased cost of recycling. This request is the result in changes implemented by the Chinese government in 2018. Beginning with their ban of mixed waste, paper, and plastics imports on January 1st, 2018, and then their implementation of a 0.5% contamination limit, the impact of these policies on global recycling markets is significant and ongoing. Section 22.6.2 of the franchise agreement provides a mechanism for Waste Management to recoup extraordinary costs by tracking and tabulating these costs through the next rate review. So they weren't added to the 2020 rates, but we were notified that this was coming. However, in 2020, the costs were tracked and then prorated and added to the proposed rate increase request that you see tonight. The franchise agreement allows for a 6% interest accrual because the costs would be collected up to a year after they were actually incurred. One note is, specifically in San Dimas' franchise agreement, the balance account adjustment provision does allow for Waste Management to recover those costs incurred, but only increases in costs are eligible for the rate increase, not a decline in revenue. The extraordinary cost adjustment is also determined based on two components. The first is to make Waste Management whole for the costs incurred during the previous year, and the second is what is known as a go-forward rate, which would mean that there would be no extraordinary cost request next year because the go-forward rate accounts for the increased cost to do business this year, in the current year. This is the first year in the history of the city's contract with Waste Management that an extraordinary increase has been requested. As such, this has been a complex process with several meetings between the city and Waste Management. In an effort to ensure the overall rate increase was fully understood, the city hired HF&H Consultants LLC, which is an industry expert in the rate adjustment review, in reviewing waste franchise agreements and setting waste rates. And we asked them to review the overall rate adjustment request, specifically this extraordinary cost adjustment. Not only did they review the rate adjustment for accuracy, but they also compared the city's rate increase industry-wide and found it to be in line with other cities' rate adjustments throughout LA County. Additionally, the city reviewed the senior rates, and in order to keep in line with their 30% discount that they currently receive, we have about 1,400 customers citywide that receive this rate. We added a penny per cubic yard per month to the commercial rate adjustment and 2 cents per month to the regular residential rate adjustment in order to keep in line with that discount. So this table reflects what I just explained. So with the two factors influencing this year's solid rate adjustment, you can see the proposed rates for the residential and senior curbside collection rates in the tables above. The top being the regular residential, the bottom being the senior curbside collection. If this rate increase is approved, the standard residential curbside collection cost for a 64-gallon bin, just as an example, would increase from the current monthly price of $28.97 to $31.78 in 2021. There are many more options for commercial and industrial customers for bin sizes and number of weekly bin pickups, but as an example, for a 3-yard bin collected once per week, the monthly bill would increase from $177.43 in 2020 to $187.50 in 2021. All of these rates are detailed in Attachment A of the staff report. So in conclusion, staff is recommending tonight that the City Council approve the 5.67 increase in residential and commercial collection rates. And number 2, approve the extraordinary cost adjustment request of $1.17 per month for residential customers and 9 cents per cubic yard per month for commercial customers. This concludes my report, and I'd be available to answer any questions. And Terry Muse, Waste Management representative, has also called in. So if you have any direct questions for Waste Management, she's available as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Well, the rate increase then is going to be between 9 and 10%.
Yes.
And I think one thing that the public should understand is that we don't take the Waste Management's word for this increase. We hire a consultant that goes into the figures and makes sure that they are correct, right?
That is correct.
So that's a big increase, but we've done our due diligence and to make sure that it's justified. And
correct.
People should realize that we just don't automatically do an increase. Am I right in assuming that?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Hypothetically, if we voted no, then what?
Yeah, so I think we would probably have to negotiate with Waste Management.
So the rate increase reflects what was agreed upon in the contract. So if council does not wish to agree to that rate increase, then we can renegotiate with Waste Management for next year's rates.
When did we when was the contract adopted?
2017.
And how long does it go?
For 5 years.
Thank you. Okay.
So just wanted council to know, when Waste Management submitted their original rate increase, we went back and forth several times, and we ended up reducing the extraordinary cost by about $1, which is by about 33% from what they're at, what the rate increase is. So.
Thank you.
So does the table that we were looking at with the different rates, does that reflect $1 less than it would have been, Sherry, before you started negotiating?
Yes, it does.
Okay. My only other question, maybe this is for Terry, is there any way we could reduce the senior percentage a little bit? It goes up. It is still lower than the regular rate, but it does go up to the 9.71% for the regular size bin, and obviously a little bit less for the smaller bin. But I was just wondering if we could knock that down a couple points. I know it's only maybe half $1, something like that, but just wondering about that.
Councilmember Ebner, we could do that, but it would result in either the commercial rate or the regular residential rate offsetting that cost. So their rates would go up. In doing what we did, we were able to make the percentage even across all cost centers or all levels of service. But we're open to council's recommendation if they would like to change that.
You know, I'm not arguing with the contractor or anything like that. We're kind of, it is what it is, and we'd have to follow the contract. I'm just wondering if Terry would be open to taking a message back and saying, you know, we want that senior rate to be, let me see, it's going up for the regular size bin from $20.28 to $22.25. How about making it $21.50? Just a thought.
Standing or in?
Is Terry on the phone or?
They're signing her in right now.
Okay, thanks.
To $22.25. How about making it $21.50?
Hi, Terry, you're live. Go ahead.
Standing or in.
Hello, Councilman Ebner. This is Terry Muse.
Hey, Terry.
Hi. So
is Terry on the phone?
I'm on the phone. Yes.
Or
they're signing her in right now.
Can you please mute your device to help with the feedback? Thank you.
I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, Councilman Ebner, if I understand what you're asking is if there's a way that we could go back and reduce the residential increase more than the 30% that it currently is?
Just for seniors, Terry, is what I was asking.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Because right now the senior rate is a 30% reduction normally, and so what we did with this extraordinary price increase was to make it stay in line with the actual 30% decrease. We went ahead and did that, which, as Lauren had talked about, it meant that we just moved a penny over to the actual regular customers and a penny over to the commercial. If you want to reduce it more, we could always do that. Then we would, you know, that whatever the adjustment would be, however more you want to go down, we would just then move that to either the residential regular customers or the commercial customers.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do that. I was just asking about the senior rate, and it doesn't hurt to ask.
Right. No, I understand.
Terry, can I ask you a question? It's Ryan.
Sure.
So, one of my professors always said the right thing at the wrong time is the wrong thing. And so, I'm not opposed to what's being proposed, but I'm wondering, is it possible to defer this to go with an effective date, maybe 90 days or 180 days after the first of the year, in light of the pandemic? And I'm just struggling with the fact that we literally just authorized $100,000 in CDBG money to go out to help businesses, and then we're going to sit here and vote to increase something on the other side, on the back end of it. And I don't know if that's possible or something Waste Management would be willing to entertain.
I totally understand, your comment. I was thinking that, when the subject came up beforehand about the loans for the grants for the businesses, about the timing of this. And I do understand the timing is not the best. There is things that we have done and continue to do in order to help businesses and residents during the pandemic. For example, we have suspended sending anybody to collections or stopping service. We did it already for 4 months, and that's being looked at to do that again in light of the shutdown. What we also have done is if any of our drivers notice that a business seemed to be closed or there was no activity going on there, we temporarily suspended their service so they would not be continued to be charged while they were either closed or had significantly decreased their business hours, because it's probably the last thing on their mind is to think about calling us and telling us, can you please either stop my service or reduce the amount of service. They got a lot of other things on their mind. So we went ahead and did that on our own to make it so that it was, something that we could do to help them out. And then also with the extraordinary increase, typically when there is a retroactive like there is in this one, it's usually collected the very first bill of the month of when that increase would actually take place. And what we did in order to make it more palatable for the businesses and the residents is we're spreading it out across the whole year versus having it all up front. So that way it's a less of, and they incur less of an increase. So those are some of the things that we've done and that we will continue to do to help the businesses. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you, one, for everything you are doing for the businesses. Two, I understood the no and got that. But I do think, and and I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just thinking, as someone who, my wife and I have our little business and paying all of our little things, and you're going to get this bill, and you're literally trying to just make it, and there's going to be this increase. I mean, I almost wonder if it, and I understand exactly what you said about spreading out the cost over 12 months. I almost wonder if it's possible to keep the cost on par for 180 days and then see that increase with the prorated back due from the first. But what you just said, actually, let me back up. It's on the first bill, right? That's the issue. It's on the very first bill. All right, I'm good. I'm in the rabbit's hole. I'm done. Go ahead.
The other thing that council may want to consider is 1383 is also coming January 1st, 2022. So any deferment could be pushing, kicking the ball down the road a little bit. So we want to try to resolve the extraordinary increase this year, if at all possible, so that we're not adding any sort of burden next year. Just
okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? John, any additional?
Nothing additional.
All right. We'll open it up to the public hearing. Anyone wishing to call in concerning this matter, feel free to call now. I'm being told we have one caller.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Amanda. I'm calling because I watched the previous very long council meeting with the presentation from Waste Management in regards to the new state or federal legislation that was coming in about the recycle. Is the current rate increase reflecting that cost of them everybody being required to have a recycle bin, or a green waste recycle bin? I guess I should say that. A green waste recycle bin, which not everybody does. I know Mr. Viana actually mentioned the commercial businesses, many of them don't have a green waste bin, but under the that legislation that was coming down, they would be required to have one and pay for it, which is an additional fee because you're charged per bin. Residents that don't have a yard or any green space obviously don't need a green waste bin, so they may opt out of having that, I think. So is this cost reflecting that, and are you informing all residents as well as businesses that they are going to be required, or was that taken out? Is that a later thing, or are we going to see a further rate increase reflecting that? Because I remember the reasoning under that was that in order for them to take the compost that they're now required to do, I guess, they have to then truck it up to Tulare, which is the closest facility that they had. So I'm a little confused if this is a separate rate increase or if this is encompassing that. And if you could just please clarify in regards to any residents or businesses that are watching this, is this also encompassing that we are required to have a green waste bin now, and we have to pay for that with the increased rate as well? And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lauren, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I can answer that question. So what I think Mrs. Lee is referring to is SB 1383, which is the new organics legislation that will be coming out of Sacramento effective January 1st, 2022. So this current rate increase has nothing to do with that. That will be at a later date that we're currently developing programs. So I don't have any sort of financial impact to residents at this time, but we will give them as much notice as possible, as well as the commercial businesses. So it's not just green waste that this legislation is referring to. It's also going to be any food waste. So yes, it will require an additional bin. We'll actually be using the existing green waste bin, but there are programs in place that we've started to look at that can help offset. So for example, if you're putting more of your food waste into a green container, maybe your black container can shrink. So we can kind of help work with businesses potentially to help offset that.
All right. Thank you.
That was specifically, that was she's referring to the food insecurity water world thing, right? That whole presentation.
All of that, yes.
All right. Whole foods and half foods.
Yes.
Any other calls? I'm sorry, what? Okay. You there, Terry?
Please mute your device and you're back on.
Okay.
Yes. Mayor, City Council, Terry's on a line in case there are any questions, but I think this is the appropriate time to have discussion and council to make a motion.
All right, any questions of Terry, guys? John?
No questions.
All right, I have no questions. All right, I'll bring it back to council for discussion.
I'll say, one, Terry does an amazing job for this community, and I think Waste Management does too. From community involvement, engagement, consideration for our community. So for a number of those reasons, I just want it out there that I sincerely do appreciate everything Waste Management and Terry does specifically for San Dimas. Regrettably, I'm going to support this just because I don't have an issue with the increase per se. I just think the timing's poor. And I mean, what is the luck of the draw that it's placed just behind a CDBG business grant? Anyways, it's the end of the year. I get it. So bottom line is I'll make the motion if no one's opposed to adopt the attached resolution with the intent to dispose of the I'm reading the wrong one. I will adopt staff's recommendation as it relates to this. I'm looking at the wrong staff report. Hold on.
I have a second.
I'll second it, but I don't want to be accused of seconding everything tonight.
Actually.
And I do want to say thank you for all the work you did too on this. I think you did a great job. Tough topic, and all you guys, thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, could we have a roll call, please?
Read the resolution.
There is no resolution. Unless there's no resolution.
No resolution.
There's no resolution.
Okay, got it.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner?
Aye.
Councilmember Viana?
Aye.
Councilmember Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
All right, we'll move on to initiation of parkland abandonment portion of Horse Thief Canyon Park.
Mayor, City Council, Senior Planner Marco Espinoza will present this item.
Is he awake?
Just a little. All right. Thank you, John. Before I start, I would like to go over a bit of history and clarification on this item, as it may look familiar. On October 13th, 2020, the City Council adopted Resolution 2020-55 of intention to abandon and dispose a portion of the parkland within Horse Thief Canyon Park and set up a public hearing for November 24th, 2020. The item was not heard on November 24th. Staff is requesting at this time the City Council adopt a new resolution of intent to abandon and dispose of approximately 28,000 square feet of Horse Thief Canyon Park, reflecting the legal description clearly described, describing the boundaries, which are now in tonight's resolution. Also, within the 30-day period to start the public, also during the 30-day period prior to the public hearing of January 12th, 2021, staff will also comply with the posting and publishing requirements mandated, such as posting the adopted resolution at the subject park site, publication in the newspaper once a week for the next 3 consecutive weeks, with at least 5 days in between each publication. So that's what we'll be requesting tonight. With that, I will kind of go over the presentation. Before you tonight will be the resolution of intent to abandon and dispose of approximately 28,000 square feet of parkland along the southern property line of Horse Thief Canyon Park. On November 12th, 2019, the City Council held a public hearing on the land use entitlement for the proposed housing project at 299 East Foothill Boulevard that included the subject land of 28,000 square feet. The parkland highlighted there in yellow on the screen there. The City Council voted 5-0 to continue the item and to hold a separate meeting to determine whether the parkland should be used for the project. City parks are considered a community asset, and state's laws specifically protect parkland and limit the authority of cities to abandon and or sell all or a portion of city parks. Here, Government Code Section 38501 through 38510, properties or portions of properties acquired for park purposes but never improved or used by the public can be sold subject to compliance with the provisions of this code section. Next slide, please. As part of those provisions, the City Council must also adopt the findings listed on the screen there. That the park has not been used by the public for park purposes. 2, that no public funds have been used to improve that area of the park in question. 3, that no other entities have paid for the parkland in question. And 4, that the portion of the parkland in question is not appropriate, convenient, or necessary for the park purposes. The City Council will be able to make these required findings of the subject parkland, that subject parkland is not suitable for park use due to its location and topography. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to incorporate the 28,000 square feet of parkland highlighted on the screen, which consists primarily of natural hillside slope and a flat portion at the toe of the slope. The overall project consists of 16 residential parcels and an LA County designed debris basin on site, highlighted there in green. Next slide, please. If the City Council adopts tonight's resolution of intent to dispose of the property, the following steps will be required. The first, which the Planning Commission has already made, they will make the findings consistent with the city's general plan and zoning. Next slide, please. Second, the City Council will conduct a public hearing set for January 12th, 2021 to approve the abandonment of the parkland and then declare the property surplus land by adopting a resolution and making the necessary findings discussed earlier. 3, the City Council authorizes to negotiate and execute a purchase and sales agreement to sell the property, the parkland. A notice of availability will be sent out to the required agencies in compliance with the laws. With that, next slide, please. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution of intent to dispose of approximately 28,000 square feet of parkland and set a public hearing for January 12th, 2021. With that, that concludes staff's report.
Questions?
I'm assuming we'll be paid for this?
When you say this, what do you?
With the property the property we're giving to them, do we get paid for this, or are we just giving it to them?
That's part of the negotiations process. We'll be negotiating a price for the land.
We have, that will be determined on the 12th?
No, that the 12th only will initiate the process to go ahead and move forward with opening negotiations in the sense of putting the property out for anybody else to come in and bid on the, not bid, but try to negotiate with the city on the property. We're thinking that the only one who would actually submit something would be the developer based on the shape, size, and topography of the land.
Okay, thank you very much.
It would be opening up for anybody to submit.
John?
And Marco, to just piggyback on Dennis's question, the price that we end up with somebody who wants to buy the property, probably the developer, is there a point where that actual price is approved?
During negotiations, yes.
But I mean by the city council?
Yes.
So it'll come back some other time in the future? Okay.
Correct.
Additional questions? Ryan? No?
No, thank
Okay,
you.
let me make sure that I understand, Marco. This property sale, the tentative sale, okay, if in fact an approved project doesn't get approved, okay, that person that buying that property doesn't keep that property, right? It has to be an approved project.
The intent would be that prior to final map, all the different aspects of the project would need to be completed. If the project was not approved during the review of the tentative map, then everything kind of, then this gets dissolved. But if it was approved at the tentative state, the next stage would be getting all the development, conditions of development in compliance prior to approval of the final map. And that's where everything else, all the different conditions and requirements would be finalized prior or right after the final approval of the map.
All right, yes, I absolutely would not like and would not vote on that property being sold if there was any doubt that this developer wasn't going to develop this property. I wouldn't want to sell him the property for he can go off and sell it to somebody else. So I'd have real objections to that.
Mayor, if the project does come back to the council to be approved, then we're going to have conditions of approval in there to protect against that possibility for the council to review at that time.
Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. If you want to call in and discuss this matter, if you're still awake, feel free to call in now. Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Nadia Demott, and I'm calling once again. I just had a couple questions briefly on this subject. I was just curious, who is the developer that is looking to purchase the property? And secondly, where will the funds go? In a previous meeting, we were talking about, can those funds be only allocated to go back into the parks system in the city of San Dimas? So I just kind of wanted a little clarity on that point. And those are my only two questions. I did have a second point. The CDBG funds, I realize that they're not enough, and I was wondering, just thinking outside of the box, is there any way the community can come together and maybe do a buy a brick program or something coordinated with the Parks and Rec Department, and sort of, if we can all come up with even $50,000 together as a community to help aid some of our local businesses, it's something, and that's better than nothing. And I'd just like to thank you guys for your effort, and it's been a long night, and I just really appreciate everything you guys are doing for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marco, could you answer the questions, please?
Sure. Yeah, so the applicant is San Dimas Foothill Partners, LLC. And the money, is my understanding, would go back into one of the park funds, is my understanding.
And council did ask that last time, that when the public hearing comes back for this, that staff bring back an answer as to whether you can earmark those funds, and we're going to bring that back.
All right. Thank you. Any other callers? Okay, we're going to bring it back to the council for discussion.
Well, I'll just start by saying that, with the understanding that I haven't made my mind up on what I'll vote on after the public hearing. I'll wait for that staff report and that testimony. I would go ahead and move that after the discussion, I would move that we go ahead and adopt this resolution.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing no more questions, do I have a motion?
We'll move.
I would make that motion that we waive further reading, and after the reading, take the vote.
Okay.
I'll second it this time.
All right.
Eric, you're off the hook.
Yeah.
I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay, a resolution of the City Council, please.
Resolution 2020-67, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, declaring its intent to abandon and dispose of approximately 28,000 square feet of Horse Thief Canyon Park, located at the toe of slope along the south property line. Portions of APNs 8665-007-900 and -905, pursuant to Government Code Sections 38501 through 38510, and setting a public hearing for January 12th, 2021.
Waive further reading. John?
Yeah, wait further reading and adopt the resolution. That's my motion.
And I second it.
We have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Abstention.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 4-1 vote.
Okay, we're going to move on to COVID-19 update.
Yes, Mayor, City Council members, for those that are not aware, and to provide some clarification, the state announced a regional stay-at-home order, which went into effect over the weekend and will last for at least 3 weeks in regions where the ICU capacity falls below 15%. Over the weekend, ours fell to 10.6%, which initiated the stay-at-home order, which will went into effect at 11:59 on Sunday and will remain in effect till December 27th. In that order, the following sectors are required to be closed or remain closed for all operations: indoor-outdoor playgrounds, indoor recreation facilities, hair salons and barber shops, personal care services, museums, zoos, aquariums, movie theaters, wineries, bars, breweries, and distilleries, family entertainment centers, card rooms, and satellite wagering, limited services as defined by the state, live audience, sports, and amusement parks. In addition, the following sectors have additional modifications in addition to 100% masking and physical distancing. That includes outdoor recreation facilities, which are allowed without food, drink, or alcohol sales. Additionally, overnight stays for recreational visits at campgrounds is no longer permitted, or was not permitted for this stay-at-home order. Retail is allowed indoor operations at 20% capacity with entrance metering and no eating or drinking in the stores. Shopping centers are allowed indoor operations at 20% capacity with the same entrance metering and no eating, drinking in the stores. Hotels and lodging are allowed to open for critical infrastructure support only. Restaurants are allowed only for takeout, pickup, or delivery. Offices are allowed as remote only, except for critical infrastructure sectors. Places of worship and political expression are allowed outdoor services only, and entertainment production, including professional sports, is allowed without live audiences. The order did not modify existing school guidance. Schools that are open under the county protocols can continue to provide in-person instruction as permitted. Critical infrastructure, non-urgent medical and dental and childcare sectors are allowed to remain open with appropriate prevention measures, including 100% masking and physical distancing. As for the city, due to the stay-at-home orders, the city has suspended the parking and RV restrictions throughout the city, which may be helpful to the community. I know a lot of some colleges, students came home on Thanksgiving and aren't going back till after the first of the year, and they're doing virtual in between, so there might be more family members at home. So to accommodate that, we're going to lift the restrictions on parking and RV restrictions. However, we will continue to enforce some of the safety activities, which include non-livable recreational vehicles like boats, unhitched trailer beds that are parked in front of a home or on a street, commercial vehicles parked in front yards, parking in fire lanes, red curbs, handicap spaces, in front of fire hydrants, parking in alleys, and parking on unpaved surfaces for safety reasons. In addition, much like many organizations throughout LA County and the state, the city has had COVID cases and is handling those cases and according to the CDC and LA County public health protocols. And the city continues to provide essential services to our residents, businesses, and community while still providing a safe environment for our employees. And as I do a wrap up at every COVID update, as of today in San Dimas, according to LA County Public Health Dashboard, there have been 1,114 total reported cases, up 292 from 2 weeks ago. 10,861 tests have been completed, up 1,249 from 2 weeks ago. And there have been a total of 17 deaths in San Dimas, 2 more than 2 weeks ago. And again, to view the full summary, you can go to LA County COVID-19 dashboard. And with that concludes my COVID update.
Questions?
I just, a couple things. One, I wanted to thank Brad for considering the parking suspension. I know we traditionally do it. We do enforcement between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I know this was a little early, but I do appreciate when I reached out and, talked to the mayor a little bit about that. Some community members did find it difficult to, have loved ones home unexpectedly. They're caring for elderly. They're caregiving, I guess you could say. So thank you, one, for exercising your authority and doing that. Second thing is, I know in the last COVID-19 update, I had asked about exploring the health department potentially and what that would look like and what those options were. I know the city attorney did some research on that. I don't know if any other members of council are interested in agendizing a discussion about that, because I think there's a lot of community interest. I know our neighboring cities have looked at this or are considering it. And I know there's some discussion among neighboring cities about potentially even forming a tri-city health department. And so I'm not saying that's where we're going to end up, but I do think there is a discussion that should be had. And I'm not too certain that it's, without getting too into the weeds, that it's really about right now as much as this is about looking forward into the next time there is a pandemic, or potentially looking into restrictions that could go into the third or fourth quarter of 2021, in which case, I don't know that we'll stand up a health department in a year. I don't think so. I don't think anybody is going to do that. But the bottom line is, I think we should be talking about it because the impact to our city, this pandemic has highlighted the health officer's role in a city. I mean, in the county, realistically. And some cities have been able to do well and others have hurt. So I'm not sure if anyone else is interested in that, but I'd love to hear a staff report brought back with what we could do potentially, and just have a discussion and hear from the community.
It would be something interesting to talk about. I know in the past, Jeff has talked about costs and things like that, and how extreme of a departure it may be from our just adopting the LA County Department of Health. But I don't think it's the incorrect conversation to have, because we don't know how long this is going to go on and what our businesses are going to look like when it's all over. So.
Well, when this issue came up, I thought to myself immediately that there's no way on earth that we could, one, afford it, two, put it together in any time, any kind of a timely manner. So I really had discounted it. Within the last 48 hours, I've had 3 local mayors contact me, one being from the city of West Covina, who has decided that they are going through with the heavy lifting of seeing about what this really takes. I mean, they're talking to a firm that has that ability to reach out, and they're talking about most of the expense would come from grant money and things like that. So the way I look at it is it's worth the conversation. There's no commitment on our side. We just could listen to what's going on in local cities around us. West Covina is pretty adamant that they want to put together something that says we have the ability to do this, and we want to not be painted with such a wide brush as all of LA County, so they don't see the harm in talking about it and finding out, And I got to tell you, although I've only talked to 4 different mayors, I'm hearing through the grapevine in this region, there's quite a few people that are concerned. So I would agree that we should at least have the conversation. I'll ask, what I would ask is the city manager to contact the city manager over in West Covina, who's going to have a little more of the details. But this is a conversation that I think we need to have, and I think we as a council have to agree on it or disagree on it. So I guess we'll, what do you, as a consensus, do we want to vote on it, or how do we want to do this?
We have the
I think
two
it's to
councilmen.
get it on a future agenda. It just takes 2 members to do that, so.
That's right, and we have those 2 already, so we'll bring it back.
I just would, for Brad, I would just like some clarity too as it relates to where is it? I know some of the stuff Jeff has provided municipal code, for example, making the delegation of authority to public health, but some answers to the questions of how is that funded through our appointment that we elected to do way back when. And then, as the mayor alluded to, I know I heard from our supervisor that the city of Lancaster also is exploring this. Beverly Hills is also exploring this. And I do think I'd appreciate a discussion, I guess, that would also outline the pros and cons of having a department. We've heard a lot during the pandemic that the LA County Public Health Department doesn't have enough health inspectors to do any enforcement. And so I think there's a lot to be discussed from a lot of different lenses, from posturing to enforcement to local control around this discussion.
So
Can
a local or
Mayor and council, just to, because this is, I mean, I don't know, and I know I don't have any resources at City Hall, and in talking to our city attorney, the expertise to know exactly what the pros and cons are, other than calling Pasadena or Long Beach and kind of asking what those are. So I don't have the expertise. So I want to just make sure I'm bringing back a report that's going to be enough information, or what type of information you want. So what I'm hearing is kind of information on what is entailed in having your public health department, how are we currently funding it, and maybe ballpark where that funding's going, how much. Talk to some other cities and see what they're doing, the ones that are interested. In the pros and cons, we can try to do research the best we can. I'm not an expert. There might be having to.
Brad, can we even do this and before we have an agendized item? Or do we have to wait to have an actual formal discussion about it?
Well, I think Brad is trying to describe what he thinks he can bring back for the discussion item.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to get direction from council on what you want to see in a staff report, because otherwise I don't want to miss something. Or
what functions do we delegate to the health authority right now, the health department?
Mm-hmm.
And if we were to amend the municipal code to take back that delegated authority, what would the burden be to the city? And what would that cost be? And what would that look like if we elected to? And I think part of the discussion too is not just looking at it from the taxpayer expense, but it's also looking at it from the cost that the community's already paid and loss of business and revenue that was subject to health officer orders. For example, the difference between the Pasadena health officer order and the LA County order, that was a lost revenue for days, if not weeks, or a week and a half or something like that. But I mean, I think there's a frame of discussion like that. Look, you did great with coyotes, and you didn't know a damn thing about a coyote. So I've got great faith in you.
Okay, we'll bring back as much information as we can analyze it and put in a report for discussion.
Stethoscopes for everybody.
All right, why don't we move on to goal line?
All right, goal line. Gladstone east of Lone Hill was open to traffic on 11/25, right before the holiday. There is minor work that's going to be done at this location, but traffic will maintain to flow through there for the remainder of construction. Staff had a meeting this afternoon with Gold Line contractors to discuss the proposed schedule changes. And while timing of much of the closures is still going to be up for a discussion and determination, some of the off-track work near San Dimas Avenue and San Dimas downtown will start in January. San Dimas Avenue and Bonita Avenue intersection, San Dimas Avenue Commercial Street intersection, and relocation of the median on San Dimas Avenue from Bonita to Arrow Highway are scheduled to begin in January. There will be some potholing work done for a short duration during December, and traffic will be able to flow in both directions in that location. The contractor has also requested to work on portions of Bonita Cataract, the Bonita Cataract property being acquired by Goal Line as soon as mid-December. However, traffic will not be stopped on Bonita. Other updates, the contractor, if they're allowed to, if they can get in their work on the Bonita Cataract property, it might reduce or lessen the impacts on the closure or the length of the closure. The next crossing that's scheduled to be closed is Bonita Cataract, which is scheduled to begin in mid-March 2021. However, there is much discussion on ways to reduce the duration of the closure that's still occurring. Those discussions are still happening. There are currently 15 goal line documents in for city review, and while construction has temporarily slowed after Gladstone, the plan check work has escalated, and staff is continuing to move through all those plan checks to get the goal line moving. And with that, that concludes my goal line update.
Questions? All right. We'll suspend the council meeting and we'll open up the San Dimas Housing Authority meeting. Approval of minutes from December 10th.
So moved.
Second?
Vote, please.
Good job, Mike.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bradar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
All right, we'll move to San Dimas Public Facilities Financing Corporation. Approval of December 10th meetings. Minutes? Something?
Mayor, we have other items under the Housing Authority first.
Oh, but then that's Michael then.
Okay. So what I originally stood up here to do, so. Okay. In 2014, state legislation was adopted requiring housing successor agencies to former redevelopment agencies, in our case, the San Dimas Housing Authority, to receive an annual report. The purpose of the report is to provide the authority and public with a report on the housing assets and activities for a given fiscal year. Information for the report is generated from an independent financial audit, LSL, our independent auditors, and staff, which has been provided for your approval. The Housing Compliance Report reviews the amounts deposited into low and moderate income housing asset fund, which for the 2019-20 year was $332,031, along with the ending balance, which at 2019-20 was $3,677,988. We also report on the description of expenditures, which included administrative costs, maintenance of the units, and work on the Taylor House project. The report also reviews any transfers, project descriptions, status of compliance, outstanding obligations, income test, senior housing test, and excess surplus test. The Housing Authority has met all the test requirements. However, the requirement to determine if the authority has an excess amount of surplus revenue is defined as any unencumbered surplus over $1 million or the total of 4 years worth of deposits, whichever is greater. The audit concluded that the authority has an excess surplus balance of $648,262 for the 2019-20 fiscal year. This surplus will need to be expended over the next 3 years, or we risk having to return the money to the state. The housing successor audit did not identify any deficiencies in internal control or compliance that the auditors considered to be of material weaknesses. The auditor's opinion also concluded that the housing successor complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements that could have been directed and material effect on the housing successor for the year ending June 30 to 2020. The audit report will also be posted on the city's website per the requirements of the legislation. It is staff's recommendation that the council approve the reports, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
None. I move that we receive this and file, audit, and report.
Second.
Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, we'll move on to item D, Appointment of officers.
I move that we appoint.
Mayor, we have item C first, which is the administrative service agreement.
Thought we
with the
just did
housing.
that.
No, we did the housing audit.
I apologize.
No problem. You just want a quick, it's the same one that we took at the consent item. It's the agreement for the administrative services that are conducted to run the housing authority. So the money that's funded back to the general fund for our work towards this, which we put in as about $175,000 budgeted.
Okay, any questions? Okay, motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner.
Yes.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
Now we can go to appointment of officers, or no?
Yes, sir.
Appointment of officers. Dennis, I think you were talking.
Well, the mayor would be the chair, the mayor pro tem would be the vice chair, and the city manager would be the treasurer.
Second. Is that what that was a motion, I think?
Right.
Yep.
I would like to just go back to last year's and just use the same people.
What was that last year?
Yeah. Yes, you were.
Yeah.
All right. And is there a second?
That was me.
I guess we'll have a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye, aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
Did Ryan vote twice?
Aye, aye, Cap.
All right, now we can move to the San Dimas Public Facilities Financing Corporation and do this all over again. Approval of minutes for December 10th, 2019 minutes.
So moved.
All in favor, vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Yes.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
That carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, now we'll move to appointment of officers. Dennis, you did a very good job. Do you want to do it again?
The mayor as the chairperson, the mayor pro tem as vice chair, and the city manager as the treasurer.
Second.
All in favor? A vote, please, Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Carries by 5-0 vote.
All right. Oral communications, or have I forgot something? Okay, members of the audience, speakers are limited to 5 minutes or as many, or as may be determined by the chair. In the lateness of the hour, we'll see how it goes. Anyone who wishing to speak to the council, please call in now. I'm seeing we have 2 callers.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 5 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Mr. Gonzalez. I'm just as tired as you are. I did ask a question about that help for the businesses and what percentage of the $100,000 is of the total budget. Is it 1%, 10%, and are we giving them enough? That we don't need to discuss. I just wanted to know how much we're giving to them of the total budget. And I forgot to say some things that are very, very important, and I forgot to thank Deborah. I forgot to thank Sherry, Hector, and I forgot the guy that runs the planning department, Henry. They're wonderful, and there's a lot of people that are wonderful, and I thank you for staying up late tonight. I just wanted to say that I did make a mistake in my opening 3 minutes, that the guy that's selling the T-shirts and the hat is at San Dimas Avenue in Bonita. And I'm really happy to see Gladstone open. They did a wonderful job, and I thank you again. Have a happy new year. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. So Brad, would you be able to respond back to him tomorrow or something?
Yeah, I'll get that.
All right, thank you. Okay, another caller?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, everyone. It's Isabel Ebener again, or should I say good morning. I, too, am tired. First, I would just like to apologize to everyone in attendance of this very long meeting, as I think it has become apparent that a major reason that the boards and commission processes were put on the agenda was because I applied for the Parks and Recreation Commission. I did not realize my application would cause such a ruckus. Mr. Mayor, if I may address you, I just want to reiterate that you have encouraged me, as you have others, to apply for a commission in the past as a great way to be involved in this city. You have always known that I'm related to John Ebener, and in fact, I think he introduced us, and that never stopped you from encouraging me to apply. I myself was concerned about applying because my father-in-law is a council member, but I moved forward with the application after I got confirmation from multiple staff members that there was no issue with me applying. I have merely applied. I haven't interviewed, nor am I on any commission at this point. And it saddens me that the mere sight of my application has caused Mr. Vienna to take the council and city staff, who I hope are getting paid overtime, on a multi-hour long discussion about the commission appointment process, simply because I applied for an unpaid commission that I believed would be a great way to continue to try to serve my community that I love so dearly. Mayor Bader, again, you encouraged me to apply for a commission. You have also encouraged me to continue to be involved in the community in other ways. And yet when I am involved, Mr. Vienna seems to attack the credibility of my podcast and the newspaper I'm a part of, and frankly, me, meeting after meeting. And his verbal attacks on me go unanswered by you. The attempts to discredit me and my family are not stopped by you, but instead allowed to go on at length. There are conflicting messages coming from the council, but the message that I keep hearing loud and clear is, be involved, but only in the ways that we want you to be involved. Mayor, members of the City Council, I assure you that I will continue to be involved, and I will continue to encourage as many of my neighbors to be engaged, because at the end of the day, there are many people who care about San Dimas and want it to be the best it can be, and I truly believe that our community benefits when more people participate and use their voices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
3 more.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good morning. Again, Amanda. I wanted to actually call in because you guys skipped over, or I guess postponed the SP23 discussion. And as a resident in Old Town that resides relatively close to that SP23 project, I just wanted to comment for anybody that is still watching. I believe we have, 24 people still watching this council meeting, as well as anybody that will watch it later. For those that are interested, I do believe anybody within the Old Town, Villa Verde, or anywhere within San Dimas should really be looking into what is going on with this SP23 project. It's kind of in a interesting kind of situation, but I also wanted to mention, because it really does rely on media, because part of what that is not necessarily the zone change, but also how you are alerting residents of what is going on in this city. Something that has kind of concerned me is the fact that I live literally not less than a block away from the edge of that, but I don't receive notification because I'm considered more than 300 feet away from the project itself. Just barely, but because of me being just barely, I'm not notified, but that would affect my home. So the fact that we have council members that are trying to, I guess, silence community members from coming out and notifying people that, hey, this is going on, or silencing committee members that are trying to talk a little bit more because they see, comments coming in from other residents that may not be true, and they want to correct them and say, hey, wait, this is going on. Let me give you a little bit more information. I just feel it's very conflicting, and I believe the city should be serving the residents a little bit better in this sense. In regards to your media notification. So I really do hope that you begin to kind of embrace involving the community a little bit more in regards to many of these projects that are going on, especially those involving large developers and such, rather than just trying to silence those that might kick up some dust for you and make it a little bit more difficult. So again, I do thank you for all the work that you have done. I guess I'm one of those god-awful residents that Mr. Viana hints at a lot. He's named me in multiple meetings, but I am a resident here. I am concerned with what goes on. PS20, the PX project, as well, Pioneer project, as well as the SP23 does affect me directly. So again, I would appreciate it if the council would kind of refrain from trying to silence the First Amendment right of their residents as well, because I know Mr. Viana is very big on saying, I have my First Amendment right, I can post whatever I want on my council member Facebook page. So as a resident, I should be able to. So again, I hope that the community looks into this more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Two more.
Two more?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience. Being the last meeting for the year for the City Council, there is a lot to take in and reflect. We started this year with fear of a possible nuclear war, a virus that hit us below the belt, and the unwarranted death of a man to which an AstroTurf organization exploited and divided us all. 2020 has been a year that we will talk about for being our darkest hour, but it doesn't have to be that way. Let us enjoy the rest of the year with our loved ones and cherish all that we have. We've lost very important community leaders, loved ones, friends, family. Businesses have closed down while big corporations profited off the advantage of a bailout and an uncertainty for the future. In our community alone, we face many challenges, uphill battles, and yet we will overcome them by coming together. Regardless of our preconceived stances, the constant bickering, the shows of self-aggrandized moral superiority, let's step back and try to understand each other and make San Dimas a diamond in the rough. Merry Christmas to all and a Happy New Year. And I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Two more.
Okay, and this is the last two.
Okay. Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Hi, I'm calling because I found the first 4 hours, if not the entire meeting, disturbing, because one council member that is not mayor was trying to control the entire meeting, which was incredibly rude and disrespectful to Mayor Badar. Also, community members near SB 23 stayed up until almost midnight to have their item pulled without any public discussion or vote, which is inappropriate and rude to the neighborhood, if not illegal. I'd like to know the attorney's opinion on that. No other item was continued, just SB 23. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last one.
One more.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 5 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Aaron. I'd like to comment on the rezoning of SP 23. Sorry we didn't get to talk about it tonight, but wanted to get in some words. I live on 5th Street and Euclid, which lies just a little bit over 1,000 feet from LA SIG, the westmost property in SP 23. I would certainly be impacted by any decision made there regarding zoning, but if the city continue with the policy of only notifying houses within the 300-foot radius, myself and thousands of my neighbors would not receive notice. I don't think a 300-foot radius is enough, like in recommendation number 1 on the agenda, and I also don't think it's enough to only notify people who have expressed interest, like in recommendation number 4. I think at the peak of this city council meeting, you had maybe 33 other people watching, and if we're being generous, maybe another 33 or 50 watching on TV. That leaves about thousands of residents who would be left in the dark who might not have known to express interest. And I just ask the council to please keep that in mind when making a decision on which recommendation to implement. A few $100s in postage is a small price to pay for increasing civic engagement and transparency, especially in a decision as big as this one. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Jeff, is it inappropriate for you to respond to about why we pushed off SB 23?
If it was illegal to push that off for a few meetings, I would not have allowed you to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. The council does not need to hold items that are on the agenda.
Thank you.
So it was appropriate if in the council's discretion.
Super. City manager report?
Nothing to report.
City attorney report?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Members of the city council. Council members' reports on meetings attended at the expense of the local agency? Seeing none, city council requests for future agenda items, comments, and updates. John?
All right. Well, it's been a long meeting and could rehash a lot of it, but I'm not going to. I will say that the only thing I'm going to talk about is San Dimas is now in the middle or starting the 12 days of San Dimas. And as you know, we're not having the massive extravaganza we had last year. But from the first couple episodes, it looks like it's really well put together, really well produced, real festive, real Christmassy. And I really can't say enough about it. The first episode was on Saturday, and that was a Christmas tree lighting. Probably didn't notice, but I wasn't there at the Christmas tree lighting. I apologize. I was working. Been working a lot these days. So I apologize. I was there in spirit, and I certainly want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I will say that episode 3 is coming out tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And according to the advance press, it's entitled Santa Live and says Santa Claus has moved out of the mall and onto Zoom. Santa will be answering questions and speaking to children live. Watch Santa answer questions and speak to local children. So it's at 7 o'clock tomorrow. You can see it here on YouTube, our city website, Facebook, K-West. And if you'll probably be amazed, as I was, at how well and how nice the music and the MCs and everybody are on this program. So I encourage everybody to participate in that. And just want to wish everybody, my colleagues on the city council, our city staff who have been working so hard, and all the members of the community, a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And we will see you again in these meetings anyway, if not before, in January. Thanks, and see you later.
Thank you. Dennis?
Well, I just want to say that I wish everyone a very, very happy and merry holiday and a very healthy new year. It's very important for us to be healthy. And contrary to what some people believe, I think that probably our health department has our best interest in mind. And so wear a mask if you're in public, please. And again, have a Merry Christmas and a healthy New Year. Thank you.
All right. I guess it's me. Same thing as everybody else. I was going to say something about the 12 days of San Dimas, but I'll cross that right off in the interest of expediency. I mentioned this a few meetings ago, but online sales for this Christmas are obviously expected to soar. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody, but just please remember to support local businesses as well. I think right now they need all the help that they can get. So, even if it's going out of your way a little bit to get a couple of Christmas presents at businesses around town, I think they would very, very much appreciate that, and that may make the difference between them opening their doors in January or not. Obviously, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody, and I hope that everybody stays healthy over the holidays. Be careful, do what you need to do to stay safe. And hopefully 2021 will be less eventful than 2020 has been.
Ryan?
All right. I just wanted to acknowledge staff and everyone that worked on the 12 days of Christmas, or San Dimas, excuse me. Really well done. I think it played well. I watched it on mobile device and on TV, so it came out really well. So good job to everybody who was involved with that. Shout out to the fire department. I wish I could have rocked out in a band in front of a fire truck. That was awesome, but way cool. One thing for this year, and Mr. Cazares brought it up, it's been a very interesting year, and reflecting back on it. I'm very sad at how this year turned out with some members of the community. Very disappointed, and very saddened by the whole thing. To that segment of the community, I've tried multiple times to reach out, and it's just not happened. I've offered my number multiple times, 909-480-1960, and no one calls. But nobody has a problem calling and making personal attacks at me or my family, as they did recently in another meeting, in a cowardice act by not using your name and making a cheap shot at my pops, which was completely baseless and false. So what I'm getting at is, I hope 2021, all of this can be behind us. I hope, and I challenge anybody that wishes to have a conversation to call me. And I would absolutely love to have a conversation, as I have had with some members of the community that do have opposing views. And we've had fun discussions and found some levels of understanding. I think it's important next year. The city has a lot of things in front of it. And to Isabel's point, and some others, it's a waste of the council's time, and it's the waste of city staff's time to personally attack me or any other member of this council and keep us here till the God hours of the night. So for the benefit of everyone, I sincerely hope if you have an issue with any one of us, please pick up the phone or email and communicate with us directly. Some of those things I think are better handled or discussed outside, and we can stick to the issues that confront our city and make some meaningful progress. That being said, I wish everybody, and I mean everybody, colleagues, staff, members of the community, a very happy New Year, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah. And to the staff, I just want to say thank you. It's been a very trying year, I think, a lot of ups and downs and changes, and contentious at times. And, the best thing that's happened this year is probably getting here. And so, no, there's been a lot of great things, a lot of good successes despite everything. So I want to thank all of you for that. I also want to thank Brad. this has been your next meeting. I think we should have a city manager if everything works out. But, you've done a hell of a job, and I think Gil Gonzalez said it best earlier that you've really worked with staff, and I think worked through some things, and you've really had some challenges ahead of you, and it's been really an honor to watch you grow in the role that you've done, and you've proven you can do. And so I hope you stick with it, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. So thank you so much, and Happy New Year.
I have a few things to say, but we're going to kind of make it as pretty quick as I can, not to lessen the importance of this. I do want to address the issue that Isabel brought up. I do all the time tell people, get involved, join a commission. And I absolutely told Isabel probably numerous times, apply for a commission, get involved. And so I'm not ever going to take that back, okay? But what's come up is that all of a sudden this issue ends up here on the dais, and I start thinking about it. What policy should we really have? I don't know how this is all going to end up. All I do know is I'm going to give it as fair a shot as I possibly can. But absolutely, I don't want Isabel to have any doubts that I have said it, and I've said it to many people. I heard Janine Broomer this evening say that I reminded. I think anybody out there, even Gil Gonzalez will tell you that I encourage people to participate, get involved. Being on a commission is not at all. We have barbecues here. We have all kinds of city events that we can use volunteers for, and that's all I would really like to say. Like I said earlier, PSQ, Pioneer Square, wouldn't be even a thought on our minds right now. We'd be building a hotel, but people like these young people came forward and said and pushed the envelope and convinced me to take a second look at it. And then we'll be going into some meetings here real soon to discuss more of that. But I just wanted to make sure that no one thinks that I haven't said get involved, join commissions. I've said it many times, many places, and many people. All right. I too want to wish everybody a happy holiday. It's been a hell of a year. I think we all know that, and it's not even close to being done. I don't know that you're going to call 2021 anything except an extension of 2020. And I think that we're just, I think we all know it. I'm glad that we finally passed some money along, to our businesses. I wish the heck that we had a lot more than to do that with, because I realize that the money's, when we're talking about personally, when we talk about $100,000, that's a lot of money. But when you start breaking it down into $5,000 little segments, it's not as much, but you know what, it's something. And I hope that the community, and I think the one lady spoke earlier about what can we do as a community. And I don't know how that's all going to work, but I can tell you, you can go to every one of these restaurants or these little businesses and participate. Buy your to-go food home. I've seen many people that you would never see out at a restaurant picking up to-go food. I'm not only from the downtown area up to Villa Verde. I see people from Villa Verde going to downtown. They're all over the community. So I commend you for taking an active role in trying to keep our businesses going. And to end on a little sadder note, Thanksgiving, I was notified by a community member that a longtime resident and very active community member here in San Dimas, as well as he used to be the CEO of the Laverne Chamber of Commerce, is very active in our community. Unfortunately, we lost Brian McNerney. He's a great loss to this community. And I would hope that everybody would remember the good things about him. He had great beliefs in the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Everywhere he went, that's all you talked. If you picked up his phone, you called, that's what you heard. But I'm sure that he's up there right now singing the Notre Dame fight song. Okay? So my condolences to his family. And with that, we'll adjourn to a closed session, successor agency and city council closed session, conference with real property negotiators. Have a good holidays and be safe.
And Mayor, just for the record, Councilmember Ebner is going to recuse himself from that closed session because he owns property within 500 feet of that site.
All right.
Thank you.
John, I want you to stay awake, though, just in thinking of us.
Probably will. Well, thanks a lot, everybody. Merry Christmas to you all.
Take care.
Okay.